Chapter 2237. The method Duan Tian thought of was actually very simple. When he returned, he would find an opportunity to help Ku improve her innate spiritual root. Ker's current innate spiritual root was a dark violet. It was considered one of the best innate spiritual roots in the Tao Martial Saint land. If he discovered that Ker's innate spiritual root still had room for improvement while he was trying to improve Ker's innate spiritual root, that would mean, a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in an innate spiritual root. I really want to go back as soon as possible so that I can test Ku's innate spiritual root and see if it's a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Tian was eager to return to the Tao Martial Saint land. Although Duan Tian was eager to return, he did not return to the Human Devil Saint City. When he was close to the Human Devil Saint City, he suddenly turned around and flew in another direction. I should find a place to test my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I want to see how much it can improve the Sun Saint origin in my body. Duan Tian was filled with curiosity and anticipation when he arrived at a barren mountain on the east side of the Human Devil Saint City. Duan Tian hovered in the air above the barren mountain. He could see nothing but emptiness. He could not see any signs of life. This is the place. Duan Tian's expression turned solemn as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended to its limit. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with his body. At the same time, a powerful devouring force swept out from the rapidly reversing vortex. In an instant, it devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The devoured heaven and earth spirit energy merged with Duan Tian's body in just a blink of an eye and became a part of his Sun Saint origin. His Sun Saint origin strength skyrocketed as well. It's still ongoing. At the same time, the turbulent vortex that overlapped with Duan Tian's body continued to rotate and absorb the surrounding world energy, further strengthening the Sun Saint Qi in his body. At this moment, Duan Tian's Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The devouring continued. After a few moments, Duan Tian continued to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The Sun Saint origin in his body improved as well. It was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's not easy to raise my Sun Saint origin to a level comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It has been so long, but I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. After a few breaths, Duan Tian discovered that although there was still room for further improvement in his Sun Saint Qi, almost all of the surrounding world energy had been devoured. Even if the spirit Qi of heaven and earth from further away wanted to come over and become a part of his body, it would still take some time. I don't have to wait for it to come over. I'll go over there myself. With just a thought, Duan Tian made his move. He left the area where he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy and went to another area. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic again. His Sun Saint origin was also rapidly improved. It was fine in the beginning. However, after a few breaths, Duan Tian began to feel impatient. Why is it so slow? It's like a bottomless pit. Although Duan Tian's Sun Saint origin was still improving, it was still not enough. It was still not comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he was still impatient. At this moment, Duan Tian finally realized the difference between the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was not small. It was like a chasm that was impossible to cross. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Tian changed a few more places. I've finally broken through. At this moment, Duan Tian discovered something was amiss. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, the Sun Saint origin in his body had finally improved to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, his Sun Saint origin had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. The power of the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit was now apparent to all. It can improve my Sun Saint origin by 3 levels. Is this the power of the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit? Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. It took him a long time to calm down. At this moment, his chest was constantly expanding and compressing like a bellows. It was enough to see that he was extremely excited right now, as if he was excited to the extreme. Although Duan Tian was very confident in the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, he was mentally prepared that the elementary devouring tactic would be able to improve his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when the truth was laid out before his eyes, he could not help but feel excited. Although I can use the elementary devouring tactic to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, it will take a long time to improve my Sun Saint origin to that level in the Debussy subterranean. It'll take me at least 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's excitement lessened when he thought about this. However, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Debussy subterranean isn't comparable to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If I'm in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few breaths. Duan Tian was certain of this. Although he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could help him improve his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, due to the limitations of the environment, the process would take a long time. Naturally, if we're in the Human Devil Saint City, I'll be able to raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 10 breaths with the elementary devouring tactic. The Human Devil Saint City had the best heaven and earth spirit energy in the Debussy subterranean. In terms of cultivation environment, it was second to none in the entire Debussy subterranean. If he was in the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Tian was confident he would be able to improve his Sun Saint origin in a shorter time. If I cast the elementary devouring tactic in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian missed the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. No matter what, it's a good thing that I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. Now, even if I'm in the Debussy subterranean, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. If I'm given another 20 breaths, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Tian's Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, if I encounter a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage now, I'll have to be given time to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention defeating him, or even fighting him to a draw, I wouldn't even be able to last one round against him. Duan Tian knew this very well. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage really wanted to fight him, he would not be given time to prepare. Let alone 20 breaths, his opponent might not even give him 2 or 3 breaths of time. For this reason, Duan Tian knew very well that he had to be careful. Currently, he had to keep a low profile in front of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's time to return. Since Duan Tian had tried the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. With a flash, he made his way to the human devil saint city. The human devil saint city was like a tiny black dot in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. As Duan Lingtian approached, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it looked like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him whole. After entering the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian immediately returned to the inn where Ke, their daughter, and Gan Ruyen were staying. This inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the human devil clan. It was heavily guarded. After a series of identity checks, Duan Lingtian was finally allowed to enter the inn. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inn, the news spread like wildfire in the human devil city. Shocking news swept through the entire human devil holy city like a hurricane, causing a huge commotion. The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan, the only son of Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. It's not just Xing Yuanba's son. It's said that the 2 direct disciples of Gongsun Jin, the vice hall master of Azure Shin Hall, died in there as well. I heard that many genius disciples from the Crimson Blaze Palace died in there as well. The 3 palaces and 6 halls were the 9 strongest forces in the human devil clan. Chapter 2238. I didn't expect the human devils I killed in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. After Duan Lingtian returned to the inn and reunited with Ke and their daughter, he brought them and Gan Ruyen out of the inn. Currently, there was nothing much to do in the human devil saint city. For this reason, he planned to bring the 3 ladies back to the mortal continent to look for his parents, wife, children, and friends. If he was his father, Duan Rufeng, he would definitely return to the mortal continent after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion with the others. The cultivation environment on the mortal continent was mediocre. Powerful devils would not bother to go there. For this reason, the mortal continent was the safest place in the entire Saint Province realm. This was because the mortal continent only had a few weak devil clans. Of course, this was only because it was insignificant in Duan Lingtian's eyes. To the people of the mortal continent, even the weakest demons were invincible existences. The land of exile where the devil clans lived was a cruel place. If the weak devils did not have the protection of a strong powerhouse or a powerful force, they would only end up as nourishment for the other devils. For this reason, very few devils who survived in the land of exile were as weak as the people on the mortal continent. Xing Yuanba's only son, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, died in a ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies out of the inn, he learned about this matter from some passers-by. A strange expression appeared on his face immediately. Don't tell me I killed one of the human devils in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Many human devils had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in that ruin. In his opinion, there was no difference between a human devil at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a human devil at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. I remember there were a few human devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died in my hands. However, their strength is still lacking compared to Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xing Yuanba seems to be one of the vice palace masters of the Great Spirit Palace. Moreover, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan. Duan Lingtian had heard of Xing Yuanba since he had stayed in the human devil saint city for some time. I wonder if Xing Yuanba is stronger than Hao Shuang from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hao Shuang was the strongest powerhouse's son in the upper province of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan's T's body and Duan's SSS T Shuang, Estes escape. However, it said that in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, apart from the 3 palace masters who are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the rest of the hall masters are only at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, doesn't this mean he's stronger than the hall masters of the 6 halls? If that's the case, with Xing Yuanba's strength, he should be able to establish his own sect. Why is he still in the Great Spirit Palace? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this as well. After thinking about it for a while, Duan Lingtian could not figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. "Daddy, are we going to look for Grandpa and Grandma?" Duan Xiling asked as she blinked her big eyes. She was in Duan Lingtian's arms. "Yes, we're going to look for Grandpa and Grandma." Duan Lingtian nodded affectionately. "Do you want to see Grandpa and Grandma?" "Yes." Duan Xiling nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Mother said if I see Grandpa and Grandma, they'll give me a lot of delicious food." Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. He instinctively turned to look at Kerr, who was standing next to him. Instantly, Kuer's face turned red. Gan Ru Yen giggled at the side. On their way out of the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian heard a lot of news. Duan Lingtian realized he had offended the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 2 direct disciples of Gongsun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Shin Hall, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. The foster son of Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and many elites among the younger generation in the Crimson Blaze sect died in there as well. The strongest person among the younger generation in the Vajra Hall, the direct disciple of the Hall Master, died in there as well. Although Duan Lingtian had expected the human devils who died in his hands to be extraordinary, he was not surprised. He did not expect it to be so exaggerated. "Apart from the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace who died before I entered the ruin, the 3 palaces and 6 halls suffered the most losses." Duan Lingtian had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace. He had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because they were pure humans just like him. Pure human blood flowed in their bodies. Second, the Wandering Saint Palace was the last among the 3 palaces and 6 halls to arrive in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, they did not participate in the Devil Clan's massacre of the humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After all, they were born from the same root, there was no need to kill each other. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not kill the people from the Wandering Saint Palace in the ruin. I'm afraid only Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace would be able to guess that I killed those human devils. After all, she witnessed me killing a group of human devils while I was helping her improve her innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he believed Huang Wenjing would not spread this news. Although he had not known Huang Wenjing for a long time, he could tell she was a smart person. She would not cause trouble for herself. After all, if she spread this news, not only would it bring trouble to Duan Lingtian, but it would also bring trouble to herself. As for Huang Qiling from the Wandering Saint Palace, he only knows I killed a few human devils who wanted to kill him. Moreover, I didn't show myself. Even if there were elites among the younger generation in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, there's no way he would betray me. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was confident the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not be able to trace it back to him. Fortunately, there are no Dao cultivators in the devil clans. Otherwise, I would have been exposed long ago. Since there were no Dao cultivators in the devil clans, there were no Dao talisman masters. Since there were no Dao talisman masters, there was no mirror image talisman. Otherwise, even if only one of the human devils had the mirror image talisman, Duan Lingtian's identity would have been exposed. I wonder what it'll be like the next time I come to the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the human devil saint city. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice a figure in the distance. A middle-aged man was hovering in the sky not far from the human devil saint city. His eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings. Every single person who passed by in his line of sight was seen by him. His gaze was mainly focused on these people's physiques and their faces, as if he was looking for someone. "Let's go." After calling out to the three women, Duan Lingtian brought them south toward the mortal continent. Just as Duan Lingtian and the three women were about to leave the mortal continent, it's him. High up in the sky not far away, the middle-aged man who stood there like a statue swept his gaze across the surroundings. The moment his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, he found it difficult to look away. "You're finally here. You're finally here." The reason he reacted this way was because of this young man. This purple-clad young man was the person he had been looking for. The person who had killed his son. When the middle-aged man locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian noticed it as well. He turned to look at the middle-aged man. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian found the middle-aged man familiar. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this middle-aged man. "I think I've seen someone who looks like him before," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian noticed the hatred in the middle-aged man's eyes after he locked his gaze on him for a moment, Duan Lingtian realized he had unknowingly become enemies with this middle-aged man. "Based on the way he looks at me, it's as though I killed his father or stole his wife." Based on this clue, Duan Lingtian quickly recalled where he had seen someone who looked similar to this middle-aged man. "I knew I've seen someone who looks like him before. It's the disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace whom I killed." Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, before he entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, he had killed 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. The disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage looked very similar to this middle-aged man. The disciple at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace. I think his name is Jie. According to Huang Wenjing, Jie's father is an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he's not an ordinary elder. He's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian instantly figured out the middle-aged man's identity. An elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. An elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he brought the 3 women with him. He activated his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, and flew south at his fastest speed. It looked more like they were fleeing. Naturally, this was the fastest speed Duan Lingtian could travel without using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Chapter 2239. Without the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian's speed was only comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage even if he used his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. This speed was nothing compared to an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Trying to escape. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian flew out with the 3 women, the middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Then, he made a move and chased after Duan Lingtian. After all, he was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian. Before the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace could react, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away from the Wandering Saint Palace. Swoosh! When the elder caught up with Duan Lingtian and blocked Duan Lingtian's path, they were already in the air above a dense bamboo forest. There was not a single person in sight. As they came to a stop, the atmosphere became terrifyingly quiet. Duan Lingtian. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Today, I'll make you pay with your life for the death of my son." Killing intent surged from the elder's body as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian ignored the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who was filled with killing intent. Instead, he looked at Duan Si Ling who was in his arms and said, "Si Ling, can you close your eyes and rest in my arms for a while? I have some matters to attend to." "Daddy, are you going to kill this scoundrel?" Duan Si Ling blinked her big, bright eyes. Her pink face was filled with curiosity. "This scoundrel wants to kill Daddy. Daddy, can you let Si Ling watch Daddy beat the scoundrel up?" When Duan Si Ling reached the end of her sentence, she pouted. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to melt when he saw how cute she was. "All right. Si Ling, you can watch if you want. However, don't blame me if you can't see it clearly." Duan Lingtian patted Duan Si Ling's head affectionately and smiled. "All right." Duan Si Ling's face flushed with excitement when she saw Duan Lingtian had agreed to her request. Her cheeks looked like they were carved out of jade, and one could not help but want to kiss them. Brother Tian, Kerr began to panic again when Duan Lingtian agreed to Duan Si Ling's request. She did not want her daughter to be exposed to bloodshed at such a young age. After all, her daughter was still too young. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duan Lingtian knew what Kerr was worried about. He gave Duan Lingtian's to reassure her. Since Duan Lingtian, he was, to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. "Duan Lingtian, do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me?" The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. Saint Origin surged out of his body, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. "I've never been interested in the identity of a dead person." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally responded to the elder. However, the words that came out of his mouth infuriated the elder. "A dead person?" The elder from Wandering Saint Palace could no longer hold it in when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him a dead person. His body trembled in anger. Instantly. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. His killing intent soared as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. As soon as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace made his move, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Lingtian's body before it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. This was the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian had cast. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the Sun Saint Origin in Duan Lingtian's body was raised to a level comparable to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not any weaker than the Saint Origin of the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Golden Crow's Wings. Faced with the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian activated his Sun Saint Origin that had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, 2 balls of flames appeared on Duan Lingtian's back as a pair of flaming wings appeared. As soon as the wings appeared, Duan Lingtian flapped his wings. Instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of air exploding rang out again. It was even louder than when the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was flying. After casting his movement divine ability, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women with him as he sped away. His speed was comparable to the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the 3 women were holding him back. If it were not for the 3 women, his speed would definitely be faster than the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace. The reason for this was that the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duan Ling Tian mastered was much faster than the movement divine ability the elder from Wandering Saint Palace had mastered. Since their saint origin and movement techniques were similar, it was only natural that the elder from Wandering Saint Palace would not be able to outrun Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? The elder from Wandering Saint Palace narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed was not any slower than his speed even though he was carrying 3 burdens. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. While the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was still in disbelief, Duan Ling Tian had already left the area where he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy and arrived at another area. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic again, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by him. In just a blink of an eye, a few breaths had passed. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace was still unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace cast his assist-type divine ability and raised the strength of his saint origin. At the same time, he increased his speed as well. However, as he increased his speed, he was shocked to discover that Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. After chasing for a long time, the elder still could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, he could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian, who was dragging the 3 women with him. The elder from Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. At the same time, he began to doubt himself. How can I deal with such a person? At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace began to think about retreating. Although he wanted to avenge his son, he knew that he would not be able to do so. However, based on the current situation, he would not be avenging his son in the end. Instead, it was very likely that he would have to pay with his life. Run! Without any hesitation, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace turned around and fled in the direction of the human devil Saint City. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would catch up to him if he was too slow. He was not an idiot. Although Duan Ling Tian did not kill him, he knew he had to be careful. Based on how easily Duan Ling Tian dealt with him, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Duan Ling Tian did not feel pressured at all. He could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian did not make a move on him. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian could not maintain his speed for long. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to kill him. However, he did not dare to take the risk. It would be fine if he won the bet, but if he lost, he would lose his life as well. I've finally broken through. After 20 breaths of time, Duan Ling Tian had finally raised his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the powerful Sun Saint Origin in his body, he felt as though he was looking down on the world. Trying to escape? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who had fled far away. It was as though he had turned into a black dot in the distance. A disdainful sneer could be seen on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. This scene felt familiar. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 women away from the human devil Saint City, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace had the same attitude. As soon as Duan Ling Tian sneered, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. Golden crow's wings. It was the same movement divine ability, but when Duan Ling Tian cast it, his speed was on a completely different level compared to when he first cast it. With the help of his 99 saint veins, Duan Ling Tian could use all the Sun Saint Origin in his body to cast the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, his speed was several times faster than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace. So fast. So fast. Daddy is so amazing. Duan Si Ling, who was in Duan Ling Tian's arms, waved her little fists in the air as she exclaimed excitedly. How is it possible for him to be so fast? Gan Ruyen was completely stunned. At this moment, even with her eyesight, she could no longer see the surroundings clearly. This was because the speed at which Duan Lingtian was carrying them was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. It was ridiculously fast. As for Kerr, she worshipped Duan Lingtian, so she was not surprised at all. Since Duan Lingtian's speed was several times faster than the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, it only took him a few breaths to arrive in front of the elder and stop him in his tracks. When the elder from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian, who appeared out of thin air in front of him, his expression changed drastically. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. "You? How is it possible for you to be so fast? You've been hiding all this while?" At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace felt like he was going crazy. Duan Lingtian's speed was much slower than his in the beginning. However, as time went on, his speed became more and more terrifying. After scaring the elder away, Duan Lingtian's speed became even more ridiculous. Only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch up to me so easily, right? At the same time, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace could not help but think to himself. Chapter 2240. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As soon as this thought appeared in the elder's mind, his eyes widened in shock. His body stiffened as well. He was completely dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was actually a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The person who killed his son was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he had known Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. What a joke! A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was on par with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only one stage higher than his, it would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to kill him. "Sir," the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and mustered up his courage to speak. "You're right." Swoosh! Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. A sword ray shot out and pierced the elder's glabella, heading straight for his soul. In just a blink of an eye, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace did not even have time to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before his soul was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to talk to him. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as soon as the space between the elder's eyebrows was penetrated by Duan Lingtian's palm. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's palm striking the elder. The sound of wind and thunder rang in the air as he struck out with his palm. It was as though his palm contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as waves of Sun Saint Origin shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm. When the Sun Saint Origin surged out, it transformed into waves and waves that engulfed the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace that he had killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see what was going on. Not to mention in the eyes of Kerr and her daughter. Even Gan Ruyen couldn't see how Duan Lingtian did it. She only heard the sound of a sword whistling, and in the next moment, the person who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian disappeared without a trace. Only one spatial ring remained. It fell from the sky and was casually pulled over by Duan Lingtian and put away. Seeing this, Gan Ruyen was not so naive as to think that the person had left. After all, that person had even left behind his storage ring, so it was impossible for him to have left. There was only one possibility. He had already been killed. Father, where's that bad guy? Where is he? Duan Si Ling did not know what the spatial ring meant. She looked around in Duan Lingtian's arms in an attempt to find the elder from the wandering Saint Palace. Si Ling, that bad guy has been chased away by your father. Duan Si Ling did not know what the spatial ring meant, but Ku knew very well. When she heard her daughter's naive words, she replied immediately. Chased away? Duan Si Ling was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. She cried out, "Wow! Father, you're so strong. You actually chased away that bad guy." Moi. Duan Si Ling kissed Duan Lingtian's cheek. She was more excited than anyone else. Let's go. Let's continue on our journey. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Si Ling's head and smiled at her affectionately before he said to Ke and Gan Ruyen, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the three women to his hometown. His hometown was one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm. It was called Cloud Continent. Since the Sun Saint origin in his body was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was able to bring the three women to Cloud Continent in just a short time. The heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was much weaker compared to the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian and Ke were already prepared for this. Gan Ruyen and Duan Si Ling found it difficult to adapt to the environment since the heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was too thin. Due to this, the environment on Cloud Continent was much worse than the Debussy subterranean. "Father, I don't like it here." Duan Si Ling pouted and said to Duan Lingtian. "Si Ling, be good. We'll leave this place when we find grandfather and grandmother, okay?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. "Okay." Duan Si Ling nodded obediently. After a while, she said, "Father, let's find grandfather and grandmother as soon as possible. This place isn't good. Let's bring them to the place where we came from. They'll be happy there." "Okay, okay. I'll listen to Si Ling." Duan Lingtian nodded repeatedly. They continued to travel south. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought the three women to the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. After entering the 10 great dynasties, Duan Lingtian brought the three women through the clouds and descended from the sky. Along the way, they could see dried corpses that had been sucked dry by the devil clansmen. Most of the prosperous cities in his memory were now in ruins, as if they had just encountered a huge disaster. Devil clansmen. Devil clansmen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot as well. His hatred for the devil clans burned fiercely in his heart as though it could burn everything in its path. Swoosh. 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 When Duan Lingtian's hatred for the devil clansmen reached its peak, he brought the three women with him as he traveled through the 10 great dynasties at his fastest speed. He killed all the devil clansmen along the way. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it only took him about 10 days to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. He killed almost all the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. During this time, Duan Lingtian tried to help Ke improve her innate spiritual root. However, he discovered that her innate spiritual root was not weak at all. He discovered that Ke's dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of her innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in Ke's innate spiritual root. Although there was hope for Ke's innate spiritual root to be upgraded to the next grade, the process of upgrading it was like a bottomless pit. This was because Duan Lingtian had devoured half of the devil clansmen's innate spiritual roots in the 10 great dynasties. However, it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was getting darker and darker. It was one step closer to becoming a dark violet innate spiritual root. Apart from the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties who have some tricks up their sleeves, the rest of the devil clansmen must have been killed by me. It's time for me to return and see if father, mother, and little Fei are still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire in the Dark Han Dynasty. It was also Duan Lingtian's hometown. This was where Duan Lingtian had risen to power. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was slaughtering the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well. However, he did not have time to do anything else since he was focused on hunting and searching for the devil clansmen. Now that he had killed almost all the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Due to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's remote location, it did not suffer much damage. The devil clansmen who came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom were considered weak by Duan Lingtian. They were the lowest level devil clansmen in the land of exile. They came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to enjoy themselves. They wanted to enjoy the vanity and sense of existence that humans gave them. After all, when they were in the land of exile, they were just like ants, cannon fodder. They did not have much sense of existence, let alone enjoy the vanity. However, now that they were in a remote location in the Saint Province realm, they were able to rule over the land. Due to the fact that the humans here were too weak, even if the devil clansmen devoured their vital essence and blood, they would not be able to improve much. For this reason, the devil clansmen did not devour the vital essence and blood of the humans. Instead, they allowed the humans to live well so they could show off their strength. The devil clansmen enjoyed themselves in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the emperor and the commoners did not dare to provoke them. Not only did they not dare to provoke the devil clansmen, but they even served them respectfully. It was only when Duan Lingtian passed by 2 days ago and killed the devil clansmen that the Crimson Sky Kingdom regained its peace. Father, mother, little Fei, and the others. They didn't come back. After some investigation, Duan Lingtian discovered that his father, mother, and father were not here. His father, mother, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Nian Tian, did not come back. Apart from here, where else could they go? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. In the end, he brought the 3 women out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and wandered aimlessly in the 10 great dynasties. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not disturb his old friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Currently, he had completely wiped out the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he was not worried about the safety of his old friends. At the same time, he did not want to disturb their lives. Where are they? After searching through the entire territory of the 10 great dynasties, Duan Lingtian still didn't notice the tracks of his parents, wife, and son, and he couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. He could not figure it out. After his father and mother left the Azure Cloud Mansion, where else could they go apart from here? Just as Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety because he could not find his parents and his wife, a voice rang in the air. In the east of the Debussy subterranean. Duan Ruffing, take the 10,000 mountains seal and run. Chapter 2241. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen flying side by side in the sky above the barren mountain range. They were 2 young men. One of them was standing on the shoulder of a gigantic stone golem, allowing the stone golem to carry him. He was dressed in a long green robe, and the hairband on his head had been broken. His hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. She glanced at his messy hair and looked at his face, only to find that he was not as calm as before. This young man's forehead was slightly similar to Duan Lingtian's. The stone golem under his feet was filled with demonic qi, but its body was covered with cracks. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries, as if it could crack open at any time. If there were devils here, they would be able to tell the stone golem was a saint devil puppet. The other person was dressed in a black robe. His hair was also disheveled, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he had suffered serious injuries. At this moment, the black-robed young man raised his hand and tossed a seal to the green-robed young man standing on the stone golem's shoulder. On top of this seal, there were numerous exquisite hills. At first glance, there seemed to be an endless number of hills. If there was someone here who knew what it was, they would be able to tell it was a seal. This was the 10,000 Mountain Seal, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From the beginning until the end, both of them were traveling at an extremely fast speed. They did not dare to hesitate at all. "Dugu, I'm afraid I can't escape even if I want to," Duan Rufeng said with a wry smile on his face when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. "That fellow is the palace master of the Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With our current strength, it's impossible for us to fight him. However, we were too careless. We should have changed our location earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been targeted by him." When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little bitter. Since the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Rufeng had begun to make preparations. In the face of the demon race, he and Dugu, an old rival of the past, chose to join forces against the common enemy. Following the invasion of the demon army into the Wuxia subterranean, they joined forces to slaughter a group of demons. Furthermore, they relied on the inheritances they had obtained to wantonly devour the essence and blood of the demons to strengthen their own strength. After all, at this time, only powerful strength could guarantee one's survival. Only then could one better protect and let the people around them survive. During this process, Duan Rufeng gave up on the Mountainshade Black Market and brought the group of elites from the Mountainshade Black Market to Duan Rufeng's Azure Cloud Mansion. After that, one of the strongest clans in the Devil clans, the Human Devil clan, set their sights on the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. At first, only the vanguard of the Human Devil clan had attacked, but he and Dugu had killed more than half of them. Later on, when the Human Devil clan's army arrived, they felt the situation was hopeless, so they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market away from the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Return to the Mortal Continent, Cloud Continent. Before leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Rufeng had such a thought in his mind. However, as soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he dismissed it. Although the Mortal Continent, Cloud Continent, was safe, the devil clans that occupied it did not have many powerhouses. Devouring the essence and blood of the demons would not increase his and Dugu's strength by much. At this time, they urgently needed to obtain a powerful strength. The second Human Devil era had already arrived. They had to become stronger as soon as possible so they could settle down. For this reason, after discussing with Dugu, they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market to the east of the Wuxia subterranean and found a secluded place to recuperate. On the other hand, he and Dugu often came out to hunt devils to strengthen their own cultivation. However, today was the day of their nightmare. They were targeted by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan. Speaking of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan, more than half of the Human Devil clan's vanguard had been killed by them. This was because among the Human Devil clan's vanguard that they had killed was the last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. He was a young genius who had outstanding innate talent but had yet to mature. From then on, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. "It's useless to say anything now." Dugu shook his head. With a solemn expression, he said to Duan Rufeng, although we've always been rivals, I feel that we're fated to meet. Both of us have inherited the Devil clan's legacies and become leaders of top forces in the Wuxia subterranean. Although we're rivals, we appreciate each other's talents. I don't have any regrets in my life now that I've met you. After you escape with the blood escape, I hope you'll take good care of the people from the Mountainshade Black Market and avenge me." When Dugu reached the end of his sentence, a rare smile appeared on his stiff and cold face. It was a smile that was uglier than crying. Blood escape? Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Rufeng could not help but smile bitterly. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace's divine consciousness has already locked onto both of us. With his strength, even if we use the blood escape, we won't be able to escape from under his nose. I'm afraid we'll have to die together today. Duan Rufeng sighed softly. As Duan Rufeng sighed, he thought about his wife, his son, his grandson, and his granddaughter whom he had yet to meet. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. However, did he still have a chance to live? He could not see any hope at all. If I say you'll live, you'll live. I, Dugu, have never lied before. Dugu shook his head and said in a resolute tone. Remember my words. Avenge me. Find a good master for the 10,000 mountain seal. When he spoke again, Dugu's tone suddenly changed. It became increasingly cold, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. You. What are you trying to do? Duan Rufeng felt a chill in his heart when he heard the change in Dugu's tone. His expression changed drastically. Wah! Duan Rufeng replied to Duan Rufeng by spitting out a mouthful of blood. When the blood appeared in the air, it was as beautiful as a blood-red rose. It added a touch of color to the pale white sky. After spitting out the blood, it did not disperse. Under Dugu's control, the blood spun in the air as though it was carving a complicated mark. It was imprinted in the air, causing the air to tremble. A strong wind blew. Under Dugu's control, the blood seemed to have been given life. It was as though it was a stroke of genius that adorned the air. From the beginning until the end, although no traces of the blood could be seen, the ancient and oppressive aura in the air made Duan Rufeng's hair stand on end. This is, when Duan Rufeng subconsciously looked at Dugu, he realized that Dugu was not the only one. Dugu's originally youthful face also aged a lot in an instant, layers of wrinkles overlapping each other. In the end, Dugu seemed to have turned into an old man with one foot in the coffin. At this moment, his black hair had also turned silvery white. His robust body rapidly shrunk at this moment, becoming incomparably thin, as if only skin and bones were left. In addition, he also discovered that, in the blink of an eye, Dugu had turned into a withered old man. Not only was his entire body trembling violently, but his forehead was also covered in cold sweat. His teeth were tightly clenched together. Blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Broken teeth flowed out along with blood. It can be seen that he gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. Right now, Dugu was clearly enduring some kind of pain, a pain that was not something a normal person could endure. This is, looking at the blood that was constantly flowing in the void, looking at the changes that happened to Dugu's body in an instant, and feeling the vicissitudes of life and the pressure from the void that was becoming stronger and stronger. Duan Rufeng finally remembered where he had come across a record of such a scene. In the orthodox inheritance of the demon race that he had obtained, there was a record of such a technique. Age soul-devouring blood formation. After thinking about it, Duan Rufeng could not help but exclaim in shock. His eyes narrowed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Dugu, he did not expect that Dugu would actually know this forbidden formation of the demon race. The age soul-devouring blood formation was an extremely ancient and cruel teleportation formation. The reason why it was said to be cruel was because to inscribe this formation, not only did one have to burn one's own life force, but one also had to endure the pain of having one's soul devoured. It was said that the pain of having one's soul devoured was equivalent to having thousands of ants gnawing on one's soul at the same time. The entire process was extremely painful. Even among the demon race, not many people could endure this kind of pain. If one did not successfully endure the pain of having one's soul devoured, the age soul-devouring blood formation would not be able to be formed. In the history of the exiled land, the number of demons who had successfully inscribed the age soul-devouring blood formation could be counted on one's fingers. All of them were people with great perseverance. Among the demon race, there were even fewer who dared to attempt to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation. Seeing Dugu's old face contorted together, his body twitching non-stop, and blood flowing out of his mouth, Duan Rufeng's heart trembled violently. In order to let him live, this former opponent had not hesitated to burn his own life force and endure the pain of having his soul devoured to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation for him. Dugu, unknowingly, Duan Rufeng's eyes had turned completely red. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything. He could only worry helplessly. Right now, if he tried to stop Dugu, Dugu would immediately be killed by him. Chapter 2242. The process of setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation did not take long. It only took a few breaths. However, whether it was Duan Rufeng or Dugu, these few breaths felt like an eternity to them. Duan Rufeng felt like it was an eternity because Dugu had gone to such lengths for him. Dugu felt like it was an eternity because of the pain of his soul being devoured. It felt as though millions of ants were gnawing on his soul. There were a few times when he was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, he relied on his strong willpower to persevere. During this process, he felt like he was in a living hell. Every day felt like a year to him. After the torment ended, Dugu's life force had completely withered. He successfully set up the age soul-devouring blood formation. Open! Dugu cried out weakly. A blood-red mark appeared in the air where he had used his blood to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation. It shone with a dazzling blood-red light. Above the blood-red mark, a door that seemed to be completely made of blood appeared out of thin air and opened. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. Duan Rufeng. You're my only friend. Dugu said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. A smile that was uglier than a crying face appeared on his old face. Although he was at the peak of the Debussy subterranean, he did not have any friends. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, he did not expect he would acknowledge his old rival, Duan Rufeng, as a friend. Almost as soon as Dugu finished speaking, the aura on his body was completely annihilated. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. Not only did he have to burn his life force to set up the age soul-devouring blood formation, but he had to burn his soul as well. After setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation, Dugu was already at the end of his rope. Now that he had used the last of his strength to say those words, he could not hold on any longer and died. However, there was still a smile on Dugu's face as he died. He died peacefully as though he had no regrets. Dugu. Seeing that Duan Rufeng had sacrificed his own life to pave a path of escape for him, Duan Rufeng's eyes, which were already red, were filled with tears. 2 streams of clear tears fell from his eyes. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, it did not cross Dugu's mind that he would become friends with Dugu. Yet now, for the sake of paving a way for him to escape, his friend did not hesitate to burn his life and soul, and was willing to endure the pain of having his soul devoured. Dugu didn't have to bear this pain. However, in order to save him, Dugu was willing to accept it. Whoosh! He could hear the sound of something breaking through the air behind him getting closer and closer, as if it would catch up in a moment. When Duan Rufeng saw the transporting gate opened by the age soul-devouring blood formation, he no longer hesitated. He controlled the Saint Devil puppet under his feet and entered the transporting gate. Initially, Duan Rufeng wanted to take Dugu's spatial ring to prevent the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from benefiting from it. However, time did not allow him to do so. As soon as Duan Rufeng entered the transporting gate began to fade away. Whoosh! When the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, the transporting gate opened by the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation disappeared as well. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was tied up casually. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation? When the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, he saw the transporting gate that had just disappeared. When he saw the old and skinny corpse falling from the sky, it was not difficult for him to see that the old and skinny corpse had cast the Devil clan's forbidden formation, the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation, to pave a way for the other person to escape. At this moment, he discovered that the other person had escaped from his divine consciousness. The transporting gate created by the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation was different from the Blood Escape Formation. The Blood Escape Formation could not escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse, but the Blood Escape Formation could easily escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse. He knew that since the other person had escaped through the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation, it was impossible for him to catch up to the other person. After all, he did not know where the other person had been teleported to. The Debussy subterranean was not big, but it was not small either. If the other person wanted to hide, it would be difficult for him to find the other person. I didn't expect a mere devil cultivator would be able to successfully inscribe and set up the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace sighed as he descended from the sky. After he removed the spatial ring from Dugu's hand, he descended from the sky with Dugu's corpse. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Dugu. Even among the devils from the land of exile, very few of them dared to inscribe and set up the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation. There were even fewer devils who could successfully inscribe and set up the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation. Now that he saw Dugu, a mere devil cultivator, had successfully inscribed and set up the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation, he could not help but feel respect for Dugu. It was true that he and Dugu were enemies. Even if Dugu came back to life, he would still kill him. However, this did not affect his respect for Dugu in this aspect. There's also that lucky fellow. A rare hint of envy appeared in the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's eyes when he thought about the person who had successfully escaped from his divine consciousness through the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation. Although he had lived for half of his life, he had made many friends. However, he knew very well that Dugu Ling Tian was not an exception. None of his friends would be willing to set up the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation for him, even if they knew they were going to die. That Duan Rufeng was lucky enough to escape. However, I promise you that one day, I'll find him and kill him to avenge you. After the envy in the eyes of the Great Spirit Palace's Palace Master disappeared, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. His words were directed at the last disciple he doted on the most, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian and Dugu. On the other side, after passing through the portal opened by the Age-Soul-Devouring Blood Formation, Duan Rufeng arrived at a place that was completely foreign to him. However, he did not have the time to care about his surroundings at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. The Saint Devil puppet had also disappeared at some point in time. It was as if it had left. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Dugu, don't worry. I'll find a good owner for your Super Saint weapon, the 10,000 Mountain Seal. Apart from that, I'll also avenge you. I'll personally ring the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's head to avenge you." Duan Rufeng's eyes shone with a piercing light as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could see through everything. On the Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not know his father had almost been killed. After confirming his family and friends were not in the 10 Great Dynasties territories, he left the 10 Great Dynasties and came to the foreign realm. The Skywolf Fort was his first stop when he left the 10 Great Dynasties and arrived at the foreign realm. However, the Skywolf Fort now had a new owner. The current owner of the Skywolf Fort was a group of devils who were quite strong. Naturally, he was referring to the devils in the 10 Great Dynasties when he said they were strong. To Duan Lingtian, the devils with such a cultivation base were like ants. They could not even withstand a single blow. For this reason, Duan Lingtian easily annihilated the group of devils who had occupied the Skywolf Fort. What a pity! The people who used to live in the Skywolf Fort are all gone. I wonder if they've been killed or if they've escaped. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see any of the people he was not familiar with in the Skywolf Fort. Since I'm here, I might as well sweep through the Cloud Continent. Perhaps father, mother, little Fei, and the others are hiding somewhere on the Cloud Continent. They didn't return to the 10 Great Dynasties because they were worried they'd be an obvious target. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself as his eyes gleamed. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to stay in the Skywolf Fort. After he left the Skywolf Fort with the 3 women, he began to sweep through the devils. Every single devil that he found or encountered was killed by him. The Cloud Continent was only a mortal continent. The cultivation environment there was terrible. There were no powerhouses among the devils who were willing to stay in the mortal continent. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he easily crushed all the devils along the way. During this process, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root continued to improve. Its color was getting darker and darker. It was advancing to a dark violet innate spiritual root at an extremely fast speed. At this rate, it won't be long before my innate spiritual root successfully transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he was slightly excited. After my innate spiritual root transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root, I'll continue to improve mine and Kerr's innate spiritual roots. I really want to see what grade my innate spiritual root is after it transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation when he thought of this. He continued to lead the 3 women to sweep through the Devil Continent. Time continued to pass by quietly. After more than a month, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root finally took the last step and successfully transformed to a dark violet innate spiritual root. How fast! Chapter 2243. A human's desire was endless. These words were not false at all. Just like a beggar, perhaps his biggest wish was to be able to eat until he was full. However, when he was finally able to eat until he was full, he would definitely yearn for a better life. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the same. In the past, he had always dreamed of using the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to transform his innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when his innate spiritual root had truly transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he was eager to further transform his innate spiritual root into a dark violet innate spiritual root, the highest grade of violet innate spiritual root. Initially, he thought this was the limit of the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, after some experimentation, he realized it was not a dark violet innate spiritual root. Even a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. After the violet innate spiritual root, there was most likely a higher grade innate spiritual root. This was because after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he could continue to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve it. Although the improvement would not be huge, it would be gradual. It gave him hope. I really want to see what grade of innate spiritual root is after the dark violet innate spiritual root. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued to sweep through Cloud Continent with the 3 women. After some time, apart from those who could hide under Duan Lingtian's nose, almost all the devil clans on Cloud Continent had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian. During this process, Duan Lingtian continued to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve his innate spiritual root. However, there seemed to be a huge gap between a dark violet innate spiritual root and a higher grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian had devoured almost all the innate spiritual roots in the devil clans on Cloud Continent, he still could not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. Compared to the Debussy subterranean, a mortal continent like the Cloud Continent is still too small. Apart from that, most of the devils in the mortal continent are weaklings from the land of exile. Although there are many of them, their innate talents are mediocre. Their innate spiritual roots are of low quality. However, even then, Duan Lingtian could feel the difference between his current innate spiritual root and the next grade of innate spiritual root. That was definitely a gap like a chasm. Father, mother, little Fayer, and the others seemed to have indeed not returned to Cloud Continent. While sweeping through the entire Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not forget to search for his group of family and friends. However, his efforts were in vain. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept the fact that his friends and family hadn't returned to Cloud Continent. At the same time, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. If they did not return to Cloud Continent, where could they have gone? Moreover, why did they not return to Cloud Continent? Was there a reason, or had something happened to them? If I knew this would happen, I would have prepared a soul pearl for father, mother, little Fayer, and the others. That way, I would have known if they were safe or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a wave of regret again. He regretted not preparing soul pearls for his loved ones. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a passive situation. Brother Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Kerr comforted Duan Lingtian when she saw Duan Lingtian's worry. Since Uncle Feng and Aunt Ro were able to escape under the watchful eyes of the human devil army, it means they're capable of protecting themselves. Since they didn't return to Cloud Continent, they must be hiding somewhere else. For example, the Debussy subterranean or the other 2 mortal continents. The reason they didn't return to Cloud Continent is that they're worried they'd implicate their old friends on Cloud Continent. After all, they've killed many of the human devil army's vanguards. Therefore, the human devil army must hate them to the core. Many human devil powerhouses might be paying attention to Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent is Uncle Feng's hometown, and this shouldn't be a secret in the Debussy subterranean. Kerr said. One had to admit that Kerr's words made sense. At the very least, it moved Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression softened. Thank you, Kerr. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr gently and said softly. At this moment, he felt like he was the happiest man in the world. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for in this lifetime? Brother Tian, there's no need for you to thank me. When Kuer looked at Duan Lingtian, her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water. It was as if at this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only person left in her world. Gan Ruyen stood at the side with a complicated expression on her face when she saw this. As for Duan Xiling, she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. Let's go to the other 2 mortal continents to have a look. After bidding farewell to Ku and Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian carried his daughter and brought the 2 of them away from Cloud Continent at an extremely fast speed. There were a total of 3 mortal continents around the Debussy subterranean, including Cloud Continent. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the mortal continents. After arriving at the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian began to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devils he encountered along the way. During this time, his innate spiritual root continued to improve. 2 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, he had wiped out almost all the devils on the mortal continent. This is a bottomless pit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root was still very dark. His innate spiritual root was still a dark violet innate spiritual root. Although its color was getting darker, it still did not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. If I didn't devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent and use their innate spiritual roots to improve Si Ling and Gan Ru Yan's innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots might have already become dark purple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll help them improve their innate spiritual roots when I reach the last mortal continent. He knew it would be difficult for his innate spiritual root to improve to the next grade even if he continued to devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of devouring the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. He planned to improve the innate spiritual roots of his daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Ker's twin sister, Gan Ru Yan. It's a pity father, mother, and little Fei aren't here. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed that he did not manage to find his family and friends on the mortal continent. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Although he was disappointed, he was still able to accept this reality. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian decided to do what he wanted to do. With just a flash, he brought his 3 daughters and left the mortal continent at a ridiculously fast speed. When they arrived at the last mortal continent, Duan Lingtian continued to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devil clans. This, just as Duan Lingtian was about to help his daughter improve her innate spiritual root, he discovered something was amiss. His daughter's innate spiritual root was not of any of the 7 colors of the rainbow. His daughter's innate spiritual root was black. There's no improvement at all. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian merged the devil's innate spiritual root with his daughter's innate spiritual root, he discovered there was no improvement at all. It was as though a drop of water had fallen into a vast ocean. It did not cause even the slightest ripple. Although he possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, after absorbing the devil clan's innate spiritual root, there was still a slight improvement in his innate spiritual root. It was not to the extent that he would not be able to cause a commotion. Could it be that Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of an innate spiritual root? At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was difficult for him to suppress this thought. Black innate spiritual root? As it turned out, the limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root? If it's a black innate spiritual root, it can be explained. Currently, if the dark violet innate spiritual root continues to transform, its color will only become black in the end. Duan Si Ling's innate spiritual root, the black innate spiritual root, seemed to have opened a new world for Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, a violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. The limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask through voice transmission, is Si Ling's cultivation speed very fast? And it's ridiculously fast, ridiculously fast? Yes. Although did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask this, she still nodded and replied through voice transmission, Si Ling has displayed her outstanding innate talent since she was very young. However, I don't want her to live a tiring life at such a young age, so I don't allow her to cultivate. I didn't even tell you about Si Ling's innate talent. I'm afraid you'll let her cultivate because you don't want to waste her innate talent. Ker's thoughts were simple. She just wanted her daughter to live happily every day and have a beautiful childhood. As for her daughter's innate talent and the grade of her innate spiritual root, she did not care about it and did not want to care about it. Chapter 2244. You're doing the right thing. Duan Lingtian agreed with Ker's decision. Regardless of how heaven-defying his daughter's innate talent was, he did not want her to cultivate so early and lose her childhood. A person only had one childhood in their life. Once it was lost, it would never come back. However, even then, Duanling Tian was still shocked by his daughter's innate talent. Waves of shock surged in his heart as well. I really didn't expect that my daughter would have the innate spiritual root after the violet innate spiritual root that I've always been curious about. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. Previously, when his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he had hoped his innate spiritual root would transform into the next grade of innate spiritual root. During this time, he was very curious about the next grade of innate spiritual root. However, he finally found out. After the dark violet innate spiritual root, the next grade of innate spiritual root was the black innate spiritual root. It was also the limit of the innate spiritual root. Before this, Duanling Tian did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root. He did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. After he discovered his daughter's black innate spiritual root, it seemed as though he had opened a door to a whole new world. He finally knew what the limit of the innate spiritual root was. Black innate spiritual root. Black innate spiritual root. I have a clear goal now. After learning that the black innate spiritual root was the limit of the innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian finally had a clear goal. At the very least, he no longer had to be so clueless about his goal. Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of the black innate spiritual root. It's meaningless to devour the devil clan's innate spiritual root to improve her innate spiritual root. I'll help Gan Ru Yen improve her innate spiritual root first. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian decided to help Gan Ru Yen improve her innate spiritual root. Of course, before that, he had to inform Gan Ru Yen. After all, Gan Ru Yen was different from his daughter, Duan Si Ling. His daughter did not have a cultivation base, and her divine consciousness had yet to be born. Even if he sent his divine consciousness into her soul, she would not feel anything. However, Gan Ru Yen was completely different. Her cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage after all. If he rashly used his divine consciousness to invade her body, she would definitely resist. I plan to help you improve your innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian looked at Gan Ru Yen and spoke bluntly without beating around the bush. Improve my innate spiritual root? Hearing Duanling Tian's words, Gan Ru Yen couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't react for a moment. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by improving the innate spiritual root? What's there to improve my innate spiritual root? I've heard that you currently have an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm confident I'll be able to improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Gan Ru Yan's reaction. Because any normal person would definitely have such a reaction when faced with such a situation. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Gan Ru Yan was stunned again. He would be able to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month? Duanling Tian's words echoed in Gan Ru Yan's ears. She was so shocked that Gan Ru Yan's emotions were thrown into disarray. She could not help but question his words. Why, you're telling the truth? You can really improve my innate spiritual root? After a while, Gan Ru Yan took a deep breath and regained her senses. She looked at Duanling Tian skeptically as she asked. Although she felt it was impossible to improve her innate spiritual root, she did not think it was possible. However, when she saw Duanling Tian looking at her solemnly and did not seem to be joking, she could not help but ask skeptically, "What's wrong?" "Humph. If you're not interested, then forget it." Duanling Tian scoffed. He was, naturally, displeased by Gan Ru Yan's skepticism. If it was not for the fact that Gan Ru Yan treated Kerr and her mother well, and Kerr also acknowledged her as an elder sister, he would not have helped Gan Ru Yan improve her innate spiritual root. Now that Gan Ru Yan was doubting him, naturally, he could not be bothered to help her improve her innate spiritual root. When Gan Ruyen saw Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her, she felt slightly embarrassed and angry. His attitude was worlds apart from Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her sister. "Elder sister, Brother Tian won't lie to you." At this moment, Kerr spoke up to remind Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen, naturally, did not doubt her sister's words. Due to this reason, she was certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to help her improve her innate spiritual root. For this reason, her heart was in turmoil. He can really help me improve my innate spiritual root? Is he still human? Gan Ruyan's heart was in turmoil, and she could not control herself. Who said I'm not interested? After regaining her senses, Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Ling Tian and said anxiously, "You said you'll help me improve my innate spiritual root." Kerr heard it as well. "You can't go back on your word." At this moment, Gan Ruyen was only worried Duan Ling Tian would really go back on his word. After all, if Duan Ling Tian went back on his word, she would lose the opportunity to improve her innate spiritual root. Who would not want a violet innate spiritual root? "Brother Tian, please help my sister improve her innate spiritual root," Kerr said to Duan Ling Tian. Since Kerr had personally spoken, Duan Ling Tian, who originally wanted to make things difficult for Gan Ruyen, dismissed the idea. "Since you've spoken, Kerr, I won't hold it against her." "Thank you, Brother Tian." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a sweet smile appeared on Kerr's face. Upon seeing this, Gan Ruyen looked at Kerr gratefully. At the same time, a hint of envy and disappointment could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Her younger sister looked exactly like her. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, the difference in treatment between her and her sister was like heaven and earth. Although she didn't feel that it was unfair, she still felt a little conflicted and couldn't help but envy her younger sister. Over the next few days, as Duan Ling Tian put the matter of improving one's innate spiritual root into practice, Gan Ruyen was shocked. She could not believe there was actually someone who could improve one's innate spiritual root. Although she was convinced by her sister's words, she could not help but feel shocked when she witnessed Duan Ling Tian improving her innate spiritual root. There's actually such a technique in this world? Gan Ruyen was in a daze for a long time. When Gan Ruyen finally regained her senses, she could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian, "You can also improve your innate spiritual root?" "Yes." In the face of Gan Ruyen's question, Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Gan Ruyen felt bitter and disappointed when she saw this. She also dispelled the thought of continuing to ask questions to get to the bottom of this matter. Since Gan Ruyen originally possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was not difficult for him to improve it to a violet innate spiritual root. In less than a month's time, Duan Ling Tian had achieved his initial goal. He had to help Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. How fast? When Gan Ruyen's innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, she tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. The current her, whether it was the speed at which she sensed or absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was completely different from before. She had improved by a few levels. If I'm still in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my current innate talent, I'd be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. You can still improve your innate spiritual root? When Gan Ruyen discovered that her innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian was still devouring the devil clan's innate spiritual roots to help her improve her innate spiritual root. She was shocked. Was it not the end of the violet innate spiritual root? Humph. There are different grades of violet innate spiritual roots as well. Your current violet innate spiritual root is only a light violet. It's the worst violet innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian grunted in a low voice as he replied lazily. In the next month or so, Gan Ru Yen realized she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. When her innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet innate spiritual root, she discovered that her cultivation speed was much faster than before. Compared to when her innate spiritual root was only a light violet innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was 10 times faster. What did this mean? No wonder. No wonder his cultivation speed is so heaven-defying. Gan Ru Yen finally understood why Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was so fast. With such a method to improve his innate spiritual root and such a high-grade innate spiritual root, how could his cultivation speed not be fast? However, Gan Ru Yen was unaware of this. When Duan Lingtian was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his cultivation speed was fast not only because of his high-grade innate spiritual root, but also because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, if Duan Lingtian possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would have been able to obtain a dark violet innate spiritual root. With his current cultivation base, even if he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would have at least broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I'm still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my high-grade innate spiritual root, apart from you and Kerr, who else would be a match for me? Gan Ru Yen sighed emotionally. High-grade innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words. He did not explain further. What do you mean? Don't tell me my innate spiritual root is not the highest grade innate spiritual root? Chapter 2245. Of course not. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not intend to explain himself. However, when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words, he glanced at her indifferently. It's not. Gan Ru Yan frowned. If a dark violet innate spiritual root isn't the highest grade innate spiritual root, what's the highest grade innate spiritual root? Black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian replied. Black innate spiritual root? Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, don't tell me your innate spiritual root is already a black innate spiritual root? She asked this question because she thought Duan Lingtian must have seen a black innate spiritual root before, since he was so direct and said the highest grade innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps, he had already upgraded his innate spiritual root to the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Gan Ru Yen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting impatient as well. Gan Ru Yan's questioning clearly showed that she was doubting his words and did not believe him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his time explaining. What's with your attitude? Gan Ru Yen was infuriated when she saw Duan Lingtian acting in such a manner. This guy was so patient when he was with her sister. However, when he was with her, he was completely impatient. How could she not be angry? At this moment, Gan Ru Yen seemed to have forgotten that her sister's name was Duan Lingtian. She had forgotten that her sister was Duan Lingtian's wife. Sister, Si Ling's innate spiritual root is a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, there's no room for improvement. That's why Brother Tian said a black innate spiritual root is the highest grade innate spiritual root. Seeing that her sister was anxious, Kerr hurriedly explained. Si Ling has a black innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Kerr's words, Gan Ru Yen instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe the innate spiritual root in the depths of Duan Si Ling's soul. At this moment, Duan Si Ling was sleeping in Duan Lingtian's arms. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Gan Ruyen was trying to do when he sensed her divine consciousness moving toward him. He wanted to stop her, but on second thought, Gan Ruyen wouldn't hurt his daughter, so he dismissed the idea. It's really a black innate spiritual root. After some investigation, Gan Ruyen confirmed that Ke possessed a black innate spiritual root. If a dark violet innate spiritual root is further improved, its color will become even darker. In the end, it seems like it's only possible for it to transform into a black innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen sighed. However, after sighing, Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian and Ke before she finally looked at Duan Lingtian. I know Ke has a violet innate spiritual root. However, your innate spiritual root isn't a violet innate spiritual root, right? What are you trying to say? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He could tell Gan Ruyen was hinting at something. I'm thinking. Put aside the fact that your innate spiritual root was not a violet innate spiritual root, even if it was, you and Ke shouldn't have a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, Ke only has a violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen said. Upon hearing Gan Ruyen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. If Gan Ruyen did not mention this, he would not have thought about this. Indeed. Just as Gan Ruyen had said, even if two people with violet innate spiritual roots got together, it was still impossible for them to give birth to a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, a black innate spiritual root was the limit of an innate spiritual root. It was extremely rare. At the very least, no one had heard of anyone with a black innate spiritual root in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Si Ling's innate spiritual root is indeed a black innate spiritual root. There are only two possibilities. Gan Ruyen continued to say, firstly, your union caused a mutation in Si Ling's innate talent. That's why she has a black innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ke is the reincarnation of the goddess that sect leader mentioned. It's not a rare thing for a descendant of the goddess to have an extreme innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen continued to talk about Ke being the reincarnation of the goddess. The reincarnation of the goddess is just a myth. Duan Lingtian rejected Gan Ruyen's second possibility. Previously, when he was still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned from the other Zoroastrianism guardians that Zoroastrianism was the reincarnation of the goddess. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the only person who said that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. Everyone, including the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism, was certain that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. The rumor that Ke, the saintess, was the reincarnation of the goddess was nothing but a lie. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian had spoken in such a manner. I don't think so. Gan Ruyen shook her head and said, if you Ke isn't the reincarnation of the goddess, why is our innate talent so different? Her innate spiritual root is a dark violet innate spiritual root, but I don't even have a light violet innate spiritual root, let alone a dark violet innate spiritual root. Do you think it's reasonable for Ke to not be the reincarnation of the goddess? Gan Ruyen asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Gan Ruyen had begun to address her sister as Ke. This was because she knew that her younger sister preferred this name. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard Gan Ruyen's words. Indeed. If there was no such thing as the reincarnation of the goddess, Gan Ruyen and Ke would not be so different even if there was a difference in their innate talent. Naturally, it's also possible that Ke's innate talent has mutated. After all, only one of our parents has a light indigo innate spiritual root while the other only has a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen continued to say, Si Ling's innate talent is similar to Si Ling's. Si Ling's current condition is similar to Ke's condition. Their innate talent is either due to a mutation or due to some other reason. For example, Ke is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ruyen's words connected Duan Lingtian and Ke's daughter, Duan Si Ling, to Ker's situation. The mother and daughter's situation was similar. Upon hearing Gan Ru Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian began to waver. To be honest, he still believed in the so-called reincarnation. After all, to a certain extent, he was reincarnated. In his past life, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. However, due to an accident, his soul had transmigrated to this world and was reincarnated. However, up until now, only the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was certain that Ker was the reincarnation of the goddess. Other Zoroastrianism members did not believe it. This affected Duan Lingtian's judgment to a certain extent. Moreover, based on Gan Ru Yan's words, Duan Lingtian did not know what to believe. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered to think about it anymore. Regardless of whether is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my wife. This is a fact that can't be changed. It's the same for Si Ling as well. No matter what the reason is, she possesses a black innate spiritual root. She's still my daughter. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. After helping Gan Ru Yan improve her dark purple innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were still many devil clans on the mortal continent. I'll continue to search and improve my innate spiritual root. I'll look around to see if father, mother, and little Fei are still on the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he continued to bring the three women to places on the mortal continent that they had not been to before. Duan Lingtian killed the devil clans one after another. Their innate spiritual roots became nutrients for Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, paving the way for his innate spiritual root to become a black innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, the difference between a black innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root was too big. Even if it was a dark purple innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for it to become a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had a deep feeling about this when he finished searching the last mortal continent. This was because he had not even touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root yet. I've searched all three mortal continents, but father, mother, and little Fei aren't here. My next step is to search the sea to see if they're hiding somewhere. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the three women away from the mortal continent and traveled through the sea between the mortal continent and the Dao Martial Saint Land. The sea was vast and boundless. Although it could not be compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not smaller than the three mortal continents combined. For half a year, Duan Lingtian brought the three women and traveled through the sea. During this process, he had also encountered many demons. These devils were much stronger and had higher innate talents than the devils he had encountered in the three mortal continents. In comparison, the quality of their innate spiritual roots was much higher as well. For this reason, after half a year, Duan Lingtian had not only touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, he was only a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. I'm just one step away from transforming my innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, a black innate spiritual root doesn't seem to have a light black or dark black color. Look at my current innate spiritual root. If I take another step, it'll be completely black. The initial black luster on it is similar to the luster on Si Ling's black innate spiritual root. Chapter 2246. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed will be after my innate spiritual root has completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his eyes shone brightly as though they could burn the heavens and earth. Although his cultivation speed was much faster than when his violet innate spiritual root had just transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, it was still not enough. Due to this reason, there was a limit to how much it could improve. Currently, although Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a step away from a black innate spiritual root, the gap was insurmountable. If Duan Lingtian did not manage to cross the gap, his innate spiritual root would only be a violet innate spiritual root. However, once he crossed the gap, his innate spiritual root would completely transform into a black innate spiritual root. His innate talent would also transform from a pheasant to a phoenix. As for how much his innate talent would improve, he would only know when the time came. Unfortunately, there's still no news about father, mother, and little Fei. After Duan Lingtian shifted his attention away from his innate spiritual root, he could not help but sigh. During this half a year, he had not forgotten to search for his family and friends while he was killing the devil clans and devouring their innate spiritual roots. However, even after half a year had passed, he still did not find anything. It's been a year since I left the human devil Saint City. I wonder what's the situation in the Debussy subterranean? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had left the human devil Saint City for a year. During this year, he had spent half of his time in the various seas. The other half had been given to the 3 mortal continents. During this time, Duan Lingtian had swept through the devil clans in the 3 mortal continents and the various seas. Countless devil clans had died in his hands. Moreover, he had even annihilated many devil clans. Naturally, the devil clans he had killed were from the bottom of the devil clans in the land of exile. Compared to the entire demon race, it was not even worth mentioning. Therefore, their annihilation did not cause too much of a commotion. Now, return to the Debussy subterranean. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies back to the Debussy subterranean. Since father, mother, and little Fei aren't in the mortal continent or the various seas, there's only one possibility: they're still in the Debussy subterranean. Because of this, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women back to the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian brought the 3 girls back to the Debussy subterranean. Regardless of whether it was in the various seas or the 3 mortal continents, many of the devilish beings who had managed to survive for various reasons had also fled in a panicked manner. When they returned to the Debussy subterranean, a shocking piece of news spread everywhere. A human powerhouse had wiped out the devilish beings in the 3 mortal continents and the various seas. He had even annihilated many devil clans. Although this piece of news had spread far and wide, it did not garner much attention. According to some of the devil clan's powerhouses, that human powerhouse can only find a sense of presence among the weaklings of the devil clan. If he's really capable, he should come to the Debussy subterranean. Some of the devil clan's powerhouses even said as long as that human powerhouse dares to show himself in the Debussy subterranean, he won't be able to return. When this piece of news reached Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian had already brought the 3 women back to the human devil holy city. As long as I dare to show myself in the Debussy subterranean, I won't be able to return. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he was not afraid of devils below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had to face a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, as long as he had time to prepare, he might be able to put up a fight. If he used the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was confident he would be able to kill devils below the eminent celestial stage. Even if he did not have time to prepare, he was confident he would be able to kill most ordinary devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the Devil Seal Tablet, even if he did not dare to say he would be able to kill all devils below the eminent celestial stage. And this is because the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is missing a corner. It's incomplete. If the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is complete, I might be able to kill devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage if my cultivation base improves to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. They were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. Although I haven't fully immersed myself in cultivation in the past year, I haven't slacked off either. Currently, I'm only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if my innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a black innate spiritual root, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a month. At that time, I'll join the Wandering Saint Palace. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was on his way back to the Human Devil Saint City, he had already planned his next step. Once his cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would join the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. He would strive to become a high-ranking official in the Wandering Saint Palace and slowly gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. One had to admit that Duan Ling Tian was very ambitious. His goal was to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace and turn it into his own force. Once I gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace, not only will it be easier for me to search for my parents, Little Fei, and the others, but I'll also be able to lead the Wandering Saint Palace to side with the humans during the Great Human Devil War. This was the reason why Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace and gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. The Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's said that he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once my cultivation base has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I might be able to defeat him with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with confidence when he thought about this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 women were in a private room in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. The private room was close to the main hall of the restaurant so one could hear the commotion outside. Apart from the occasional mention of how many low-level demons had been killed by a human expert on the 3 mortal continents and the various seas, most people were still discussing how the young elites of the 3 palaces and 6 halls had been killed a year ago. I can't believe this matter is still not over after a year, Duan Ling Tian sighed as a strange expression appeared on his face. There are actually people who suspect the deaths of the young powerhouses from the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the ruin left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master has something to do with the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason they had such suspicions was because other than the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who had died outside the ruin, none of the disciples who had entered the ruin had died. Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had entered the ruin, only the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were safe. As long as it was a normal person, they would definitely be suspicious. Although they were suspicious, the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not make things difficult for the Wandering Saint Palace before they had any evidence. It seems like some of the human devils I killed in the ruins left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master are quite powerful. It's already been a year, but the 3 palaces and 6 halls still haven't given up and are still investigating, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, he was not worried the 3 palaces and 6 halls would find out he was the culprit. As long as Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace did not say anything, no one would know he was the culprit. Moreover, even if the 3 palaces and 6 halls found out he was the culprit, he would not have anything to fear as long as he had more time. However, the most important thing now is to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, even if I join the Wandering Saint Palace, I'll still be able to make a name for myself with my strength. Duan Ling Tian was eager to find a place to cultivate when he thought about this. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 ladies out of the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. This inn was the same one he had stayed in with the 3 ladies previously. It was one of the properties of the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. It was very safe. Before returning to the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian killed a few more human devils and absorbed the devil chi in their bodies. He hid the devil chi in his and the 3 ladies' bodies to prevent their identities from being exposed. If their identities were exposed, they would become the enemy of the entire Human Devil clan. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was not strong enough to go against the entire human devil clan. I won't be in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Don't go out during this time. Duan Ling Tian told Kerr before he went into closed-door cultivation. Okay. Kerr nodded obediently. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, whoosh! A figure that was like a hurricane appeared at the location of the interprovince transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. He's back. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long green robe. His facial features were similar to Duan Lingtian's. He was none other than Duan Ruffeng, who had been sent away by the Age Soul Devouring Blood formation a year ago. Previously, Duan Ruffeng had been sent to the Land of Exile when he entered the transportation formation activated by the Age Soul Devouring Blood formation. The Land of Exile was a completely unfamiliar place to Duan Ruffeng. Moreover, most of the devils in the Land of Exile had gone to the Dao Marshal Saint Land, causing the Land of Exile to become much emptier. Chapter 2247. A year ago, the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land was in an uproar because of a young powerhouse called Duan Ling Tian. That young powerhouse was not even 50 years old, but he possessed terrifying strength. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. However, when the people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were waiting for him to continue to shine, he suddenly disappeared. However, he had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Some said he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Some said he might have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was waiting for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to become an eminent Celestial. In any case, there had been no news about him since a year ago. A year's time was neither too long nor too short. Although the people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land had not completely forgotten about him, they paid less and less attention to him as time passed. During this 1 year, the Dao Marshal Saint Land was not peaceful at all. An ancient sect had appeared once again. This sect was called the Seven Absolutes sect. It was a top sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. It said that when the Seven Absolute sect was at its peak, the 3 most powerful sects in the Dao Marshal Saint Land had to band together in order to survive. Currently, many people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land knew about the history of the past. When the 3 great sects faced the Seven Absolute sect, they had to band together to survive? Is this for real? Isn't this too exaggerated and unbelievable? Naturally, many people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land were skeptical. After all, the 3 great sects were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. If any one of the sects stood out alone, there would be no 4th power that could compete with them. Now, someone was saying that there was once a sect called the Seven Absolute sect that suppressed the 3 great sects to the point they could not even lift their heads. How could they believe this? Unbelievable? Unbelievable? Faced with the doubts of many people, those who knew the truth shook their heads and smiled. At this moment, many people who were in the know continued to leak out more information. Since you doubt the strength of the Seven Absolute sect, you can't possibly doubt the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the prodigy of our Dao Marshal Saint Land, right? The prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this name, most of the people from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land could not help but gasp before an expression of reverence appeared on their faces. Even the people from the 3 great sects were no exception. If one said, in the history of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, whose name could be passed down from ancient times and still be remembered by the people after 100,000 years? Only prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Legend had Feng Qingyang, prodigy Sword Saint Land, Feng Qingyang, and prodigy Sword Saint Land. During that time, not only was he the main character, but he was also like a ruler. Throughout the history of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, there was only one person who had managed to kill an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation before he had even passed the heavenly tribulation. That person was none other than the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It said that during the era of sword saint Feng Qingyang, before he underwent the heavenly tribulation, the number of eminent celestials who died in his hands was more than 10. Moreover, he killed all of them with just a sword strike. Feng Qingyang's deeds had been passed down for generations in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, there were not many people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who did not know about Feng Qingyang. It was all because the deeds he had left behind all those years ago were truly too shocking. His battle record had never been broken by anyone to this day. Feng Qingyang's greatest battle was when he fought 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces before he passed the heavenly tribulation. The 3 eminent celestials died in the battle. I've heard about that battle as well. It said that Feng Qingyang only used 2 swords to kill them. With his cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he killed 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces with just 2 swords. It's the most shocking battle in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's precisely because of this battle that the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang's name was passed down even after 100,000 years. Almost everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had lived for a long time knew about the prodigy sword saint in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they knew this prodigy sword saint had killed 3 eminent celestials with just 2 swords when his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both parties were prepared for that battle. There was no sneak attack at all. Because of this, that battle was still passed down even after 100,000 years. Due to that battle, people knew about the prodigy sword saint. There was once such a monstrous and powerful sword cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before the prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang ascended, he was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? This is my first time hearing about this. It said that the reason the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects was partly because of the other members of the 7 Absolute sect. However, most importantly, it was because of sword saint Feng Qingyang. If the prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang is really from the 7 Absolute sect, then I believe the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects. I believe so too. With the prodigy sword saint's strength, I'm afraid he could annihilate the 3 great sects if he wanted to. I think so too. Before Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was shaken because of him. In the 1 year after Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was shaken because of the 7 Absolute sect. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the 7 Absolute sect because of the 7 Absolute sect. In the past 1 year, the disciples of the 7 Absolute sect had appeared in various places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and challenged various powerhouses. I'm Guli, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. A young powerhouse called Guli had appeared in a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a year ago. He had defeated the leader of the first-rate force and entered the 39th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. After defeating the leader of the first-rate force, he had left these words behind before he left. From then on, the name of the 7 Absolute sect began to spread in a small circle. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. When the feminine voice resounded in the Heaven Divination sect's encampment, a voice rang out. An oracle at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Heaven Divination sect was assassinated. The entire Heaven Divination sect was shocked. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. The Heaven Divination sect and the 7 Absolute sect were mortal enemies. Now that a disciple from the Seven Absolutes sect had appeared in the Heaven Divination sect's estate and assassinated their high priest, it was only natural that the Heaven Divination sect was furious. The great priest of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was so furious that he personally made a move to capture the disciple from the Seven Absolutes sect who called himself Yu Wuing. However, he did not manage to capture him in the end. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Heaven Divination sect. For this reason, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had personally ordered the sect to keep this news a secret. However, could such a huge matter be concealed just by blocking the news? Soon after, news of this matter spread out of the Heaven Divination sect and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, shocking everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Isn't that person from the Seven Absolute sect too bold? He actually dared to sneak into the Heaven Divination sect and assassinate an oracle at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he even succeeded. Rumor has it that the oracle was killed by him with just a single strike. Although the Heaven Divination sect didn't manage to keep the news a secret, they managed to conceal the identity of the Heaven Divination sect's high priest. I wonder who the high priest is. Although the oracles of the Heaven Divination sect are all at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's still a huge gap in their strength. I wonder who Yu Wuing killed? Currently, even the Supreme Saint ranking can't give him a ranking. Even the weakest oracle in the Heaven Divination sect is ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is definitely ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had become famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That damned lady boy. He actually made such a big deal out of it. Gu Li could not help but curse inwardly when he heard about this matter. A hint of jealousy could be seen in his eyes. He was jealous that Yu Wuing was more famous than him. Although he was jealous, he knew he was not as powerful as Yu Wuing for now. Put aside the fact that Yu Wuying's foundation was better than his current strength was stronger than his as well. Even if Yu Wuying's current strength was on par with his, he might not be able to kill someone that Yu Wuing could kill. After all, Yu Wuing was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. He was skilled in assassinations and could often kill his enemies without them noticing. The successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect? Seven Absolute sect. Seven Absolutes. Does this mean there are seven absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect? As the news of Yu Wuing assassinating the Heaven Divination sect's high priest spread, his name spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many people began to study the words he left behind in the Heaven Divination sect. The words mentioned that he was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. And the meaning of this sentence was unknowingly explained to the world. Chapter 2248. Naturally, there are other progenies in the Seven Absolute sect. There were many knowledgeable people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had a certain understanding of the Seven Absolute sect. The Seven Absolute sect is divided into seven absolutes. The first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect belongs to the progeny of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. That Sword Saint was known as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny in his era. In other words, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect is the Fog Rain progeny. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As it turned out, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. After the first absolute, there are six absolutes. The second absolute is the Prophet progeny. The oracle man who's wanted by the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is actually the successor of the Prophet progeny of the Seven Absolute sect. When this news spread, it caused another commotion in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If one were to say, previously, they had never heard of the Seven Absolutes sect. They had only heard of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. As for the old man of heavenly secrets, his name was like thunder in their ears. Although the Oracle man's cultivation base was not high, and he was ranked in the hundreds of places on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was able to predict the future. However, his ability to see the future was famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was even given the title of Peerless Divine by the people in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, many people wanted to have their fortunes told by the Oracle man. However, not many people got what they wanted. And some lucky people, after receiving the guidance of Elder Tianji, who were already entangled in fate, were able to further improve their purple chi from the east. Those who were about to face calamity were able to turn misfortune into blessings, reversing their fates. There were even some who managed to save their lives. It was precisely because of the experiences of these lucky people that the Oracle Man was pushed to the top and made the Oracle Man famous in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, regardless of whether it was the lower province or the upper province, the name the Oracle Man was well known. I didn't expect the Oracle Man to be from the Seven Absolute sect. The Oracle Man, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Prophet. I really didn't expect this. I was wondering why the three great sects would target the Oracle Man. As it turns out, it's because the Oracle Man is from the Seven Absolute sect. Given the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect, since the Oracle Man is a member of the Seven Absolute sect, they must see the Oracle Man as a thorn in their side. Even if the Oracle Man is no threat to them. At this moment, the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land finally understood the reason why the three great sects were targeting the Oracle Man. Apart from the Fog Rain Absolute and the Prophet Absolute, I only know about the Dark Shadow Absolute. Who knows about the other four Absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect? More and more people were curious about the Seven Absolute sect that had been sealed away for many years. After all, it was a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even the prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was from there. I know about one of the other four Absolutes. It's the third Absolute, Kratos. The successor of the Kratos progeny is called Gu Li. Not long ago, he defeated the sect leader of a first-rate sect. His name will appear on the next Supreme Saint ranking. Although the sect leader of the first-rate sect that Gu Li defeated was not weak, his presence in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was nothing compared to the three great sections. For this reason, he was not as famous as Yu Wuing. While the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were paying attention to the Seven Absolute sect, another shocking piece of news spread and shocked the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. A young woman who claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, killed the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism outside the Xuanzi Buddhism's estate. I think her name is Han Xuanai. The moment this news spread, it swept through the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land like a hurricane. Although the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a young woman. Most importantly, it was a young woman. Han Xuanai was the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. When the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism was killed, a commotion broke out in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The high-ranking officials of Xuanzi Buddhism, led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Xuanzi Buddhism, began to search for Han Xuanai in a frenzy. Unfortunately, no matter how big of a commotion they caused, they still could not find Han Xuanai. Shouldn't the seven absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect be weaker as they rank lower? Many people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were puzzled when they learned that Han Xuanai was only the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. The members of the Seven Absolute sect are each stronger than the other. I'm afraid Han Xuanai is stronger than Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. I think so too. Most importantly, she's a woman. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there aren't many women who are ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The Seven Absolute sect is indeed a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even a female member is so powerful. To a certain extent, Han Xuanai's appearance was even more shocking. After all, she was a woman. In this world, women were born weak. In terms of innate talent, they were generally inferior to men. Who said women were inferior to men? Han Xuanai's appearance seemed to be telling all the men in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, do not underestimate women. It said that there are very few people in the Seven Absolute sect. However, under such circumstances, there's actually such a powerful female member. How rare. That's right. This is too shocking. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still lamenting about this. An even more shocking piece of news swept through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the central province. Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. When the soft and melodious voice of a woman resounded in the Xuanzi Buddhism's estate. One of the two remaining great Karmapa in the Xuanzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King, had died. The person who killed the White Tiger King was none other than Feng Tianwu, who claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. It was said that after Feng Tianwu killed the White Tiger King, she left a message and left. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Xuanzi Buddhism, who had arrived a little later, was so furious that his face turned green. He flew into a rage and destroyed a mountain near the Xuanzi Buddhism's estate. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Tianwu. My goodness! Another female disciple. Who said women are not as good as men? The female members of the Seven Absolute sect are really valiant. Even the strongest male member of the Seven Absolute sect, Yu Wuing, pales in comparison to Feng Tianwu. The Seven Invincible sect, is a sect led by women? Feng Tianwu's attack had shocked everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the most shocking thing about her was her gender. The Seven Absolute sect had very few members, and it was already shocking that a powerful female member like Han Xuanai had appeared. Now, there was another person like Feng Tianwu. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is really powerful. Even the White Tiger King from the Xuanzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was killed by her. Currently, the only female powerhouse who's ranked higher than her on the Supreme Saint ranking is the Violet Dragon King from the Xuanzi Buddhism, right? I think so. Not only did Feng Tianwu's appearance shocked everyone, but it also made them realize how terrifying the Seven Absolute sect that had been sealed for many years was. The Seven Absolute sect would not appear in the world. Now that they had appeared, it was truly terrifying. We have to work harder. Otherwise, people will really think that the men of the Seven Absolute sect are weak. When they learned that Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King from the Xuanzi Buddhism, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the sixth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, felt a great deal of pressure. Although they had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had made a name for himself for many years, they were still able to defeat him. In terms of reputation, he was not even comparable to an ordinary high-ranking official at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the three great sects. No matter how weak a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was, he would still be a vice-sect leader in the three great sections. That person hasn't made her move yet. I wonder how shocked the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will be when she makes her move. Nan Gongyi muttered to himself. Upon hearing Nan Gongyi's words, Nan Gongchen nodded solemnly. He agreed with Nan Gongyi's words. In a direct confrontation, that person might be on par with Feng Tianwu, the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect. However, that person's most terrifying technique was not a direct confrontation. This was because she was a Dao cultivator. Moreover, she was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who could determine the life and death of a person from 10,000 miles away. Seven Absolute Sect, the successor of the prophet progeny, the last disciple of the oracle man, when the cold female voice resounded in the central main hall of the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect, a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed in front of Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. When the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect died, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. There were no external injuries at all. Moreover, he had fallen in front of the high-ranking officials of Heaven Divination Sect led by Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. From the beginning until the end, even Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not see anyone attacking the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect. Roar! Mo Xian was furious when he saw the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect being killed in front of him. He roared as he searched for the culprit. Chapter 2249. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect was silently killed. In a small valley 10,000 miles away from the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, a woman hovered in the air. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, made everything around her seem to be overshadowed. The woman's waist-length hair fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine the peerless beauty under the white veil. She stood there without any deliberate movements, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of ice-cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. It's quite difficult to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the life-reversing curse, the woman murmured to herself. At this moment, as the woman muttered to herself, the beautiful face under the veil paled slightly. It was as if she had suffered a great deal of pressure in that instant. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared, returning peace to the small valley. At this moment, if there was another person here, he or she would be shocked to see the same thing. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius of the small valley withered as soon as the woman left. It was as though they had lost all their vitality in just a blink of an eye. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius turned yellow in just a blink of an eye. The area where the small valley was located was originally a stretch of emerald green. Now that a withered and yellow land with a radius of 100 meters had suddenly appeared, it was especially eye-catching if one were to look down from the sky. After a few hours, Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, flew over the area. When he looked down and saw the withered and yellow land amidst the emerald green, his eyes suddenly narrowed. After which, he stepped on the air and landed in the small valley. I remember this place used to be lush greenery. However, all the greenery within a 100-meter radius has withered. Furthermore, my divine sense can still sense the life force that is constantly fading away from their bodies. Mo Xian's expression turned even more solemn when he realized this. In other words, the flowers and trees in this area began to wither not long ago. Moreover, they withered in an instant. At this moment, a thought flashed through Mo Xian's mind. As the Heaven Divination sect master bled to death from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground, the words that reverberated in the void echoed in his ears. 7 Absolute Sect, the current successor of the divination lineage, the last disciple of the Oracle Man. This sentence was also a reminder to him. The person who had attacked was the current successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's heavenly fate line. Moreover, it was a female disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect. 7 Absolute Sect, heavenly oracle lineage. At the same time, he began to search for information about the 7 Absolute Sect's second Absolute, the prophet progeny, in his mind. After all, he was the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. He had lived for a long time, so it was only natural that he knew a lot about the ancient records in the Heaven Divination sect. Among the records, he knew about the era when the 7 Absolute Sect suppressed the 3 great sects, including the Heaven Divination sect. During the era when the prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang was still alive, the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 Absolute Sect were all outstanding. Even if they didn't rely on the 7 Absolute Sect, they were still famous in the Tao martial saint land at that time. Although the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, had the weakest cultivation base, he knew a heaven-defying curse art. He was the first known heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the Tao martial saint land. However, the successor of the prophet's cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the saint's celestial stage. It said that he died of old age. The people he could kill with the heaven-defying art of cursing were at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage at most. He didn't have the ability to kill someone at the 8th form of the saint's celestial stage. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect, narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. An expression of horror appeared on his face as he thought to himself, it seems like the current successor of the Heavenly Legacy sect is also a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Not only did she inherit the heaven-defying curse art from the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect, but her cultivation base is also quite high. At the very least, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to kill the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect. When Mo Xian, the grand oracle of Heaven Divination sect, thought to himself, his expression darkened immediately. It was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from his face at any moment. Once the life-reversing art of cursing is used, everything within a 100-meter radius will wither and die, devoid of life. Based on his understanding of the successor of the prophet progeny, Mo Xian was certain of this. For this reason, he was certain the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect was also a heaven-defying Tao cultivator who had mastered the heaven-defying curse art. A heaven-defying Tao cultivator has appeared again. Moreover, this heaven-defying Tao cultivator's cultivation base is much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. She's at least at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage. Mo Xian's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. A heaven-defying Tao cultivator was terrifying. Although the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect only had a cultivation base at the 6th form of the saint's celestial stage, he had struck fear into the hearts of the people in the Tao martial saint land. This was because he could use the heaven-defying curse art to kill people from thousands of miles away. This was even more terrifying than the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect. At the very least, the Dark Shadow progeny would have to personally make a move. However, the successor of the prophet progeny did not have to personally make a move. He could kill people with just a thought. Back then, the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect was feared by all those below the 8th form of the saint's celestial stage. After all, he could kill them with just a thought. Moreover, they would be killed without even realizing it. However, since the successor of the prophet progeny's cultivation base has stagnated at the 6th form of the saint's celestial stage, it'll be difficult for him to make any progress. After all, if he doesn't break through to the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage, it'll only be a matter of time before he dies. As long as he dies, there won't be any heaven-defying Tao cultivators in this world. Not only did Mo Xian not heave a sigh of relief, but his expression was solemn as well. However, not only did the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect have a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, but she's at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This means she has an endless lifespan. As long as there are no accidents, she'll be able to cultivate to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage sooner or later. Mo Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. How powerful was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? With just a thought, she could cast the heaven-defying art of cursing. Would anyone below the level of an eminent celestial be able to survive? Although I'm certain there's a limit to a heaven-defying secret tactic like the heaven-defying art of cursing, anyone who doesn't know the limit would treat it like the Grim Reaper. Even Mo Xian, the great priest of the Heaven Divination sect who was at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no exception to this. After so many years, not only has the Seven Absolute sect reappeared, but the Second Absolute, the Prophet progeny, has even produced such a monstrous genius. Don't tell me the Seven Absolute sect is going to regain its former glory and suppress our three great sects. If the successor of the Prophet progeny is already so terrifying, what would happen if the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, appears? Mo Xian shuddered in fear when he thought about this. At the same time, he also realized the Seven Absolute sect must have come prepared this time. The sect leader of Heaven Divination sect had been killed in front of Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, who was ranked third on the Supreme Saint ranking. When this news spread from the Heaven Divination sect's estate, it naturally shocked the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. The successor of the Prophet progeny and the last disciple of the Oracle Man in the Seven Absolute sect. The words left behind by the person who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. I heard the successor of the Prophet progeny, the Second Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect, is a woman. Everyone in the Heaven Divination sect heard it clearly. It was a woman's voice. Heavens! Are all the women in the Seven Absolute sect so fierce? First, there was Han Xuanai, then there was Feng Tianwu. Now, there's a successor of the Prophet progeny who's a woman. That's not the point. The point is, when the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect died, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was right next to him. However, even Mo Xian didn't sense any danger before the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect was killed. This is the most terrifying part. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is an eminent celestial? Even Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, didn't see any signs of her attack. Impossible. If the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is an eminent celestial, based on the enmity between the Heaven Divination sect and the Seven Absolute sect, she would have annihilated the Heaven Divination sect a long time ago. Why would she only kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect? You're right. However, what's going on? Those in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land shuddered and they heard about the technique the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect used to kill people. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is also a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Chapter 2251. A heaven-defying Tao cultivator? What's that? I know about Tao cultivators, but what's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? This is my first time hearing about a heaven-defying Tao cultivator as well. Most people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land were confused when they heard people speculating that the current successor of the Prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. What was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? As those who speculated that the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator gave further explanations, the others finally understood the meaning of the words heaven-defying Tao cultivator. As it turns out, a heaven-defying Tao cultivator is a Tao cultivator who has mastered the heaven-defying art of cursing. There's only one heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the history of the Tao martial saint land. That heaven-defying Tao cultivator was the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It said that the successor of the prophet progeny could kill people from 10,000 miles away with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Most importantly, with his cultivation base at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could even kill people at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. During that era, people below the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage were terrified of the successor of the prophet progeny. After all, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if the successor of the prophet progeny wanted to kill them. At that time, many people rejoiced that the old prophet didn't manage to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, if he managed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be immortal. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the eighth form, the ninth form, and even the eminent celestial stage. Who in the Tao martial saint land would be able to defeat such a terrifying person if he broke through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land was shocked, and they learned about the heaven-defying Tao cultivator. As it turned out, there was such a heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the history of the Tao martial saint land. He could kill people from 10,000 miles away. What kind of terrifying technique was that? I can't believe another heaven-defying Tao cultivator has appeared in our Tao martial saint land after 100,000 years. Moreover, he's also the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. This successor is even more terrifying than the successor from 100,000 years ago. Based on how she managed to kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect from 10,000 miles away, her cultivation base is at least at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect is at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Now that the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect has killed him, he'll replace him as the 10th powerhouse on the Supreme Saint ranking. The female disciples of the Seven Invincible sect are indeed monsters. Indeed. Especially this descendant of Tianji. He's even more terrifying. With her suspected cultivation base at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and becomes an eminent celestial. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is indeed terrifying. Once she's fully grown, she'll be able to kill anyone with just a thought. How can there be such a terrifying technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing in this world? It's simply heaven-defying. In the upper province of the Tao martial saint land, as news of the current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect being a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage spread, it caused another wave of panic. Such a terrifying heaven-defying Tao cultivator actually had an endless lifespan. Just hearing about it sent chills down people's spines. They did not feel safe at all. It's good that we didn't offend the Seven Absolute sect. However, I'm afraid the three great sects are in trouble. Many people sighed in relief when they thought about how they did not have any conflict with the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect. While they heaved a sigh of relief, they also silently mourned for the three great sections. After all, the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect had been accumulated for 100,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were absolutely irreconcilable. For the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect, the sect master of the Heaven Divination sect is probably just the beginning. I think so too. With her strength, she might not be able to threaten the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the 3 great sections. However, she can kill those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a thought. Terrifying. It's too scary. Most of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land felt that this was not the case. After the 7 Absolute Sect's current successor killed the Heaven Divination sect master with the life-reversing art of curse, he would definitely make his move on the other 3 great sections. At this time, a different voice sounded. The 7 Absolute Sect has appeared and killed so many powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Don't tell me they don't care about humans at all? After all, the devil clans from the land of exile have already invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They might invade the upper province at any time. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this time, many people disagreed with this. As far as I know, the people from the 3 great sects have killed countless members of the 7 Absolute Sect over the past 100,000 years. Now that the 7 Absolute Sect finally has a few outstanding disciples, don't tell me they're not allowed to take revenge. That's right. Although revenge breeds revenge, the enmity between the 3 great sects and the 7 Absolute Sect is already irreconcilable. In the face of such enmity, it's meaningless to talk about the righteousness of the human race. Although there were quite a few similar voices, they were still drowned out by another different voice. More people were criticizing the 7 Absolute Sect. The people from the 7 Absolute Sect are too insensible. They're still fighting among themselves and killing their own kind, and the devil clans are about to invade. In the face of the greater good of humans, no matter how great the enmity is, they should let it go before the devil clans retreat. If they continue to kill each other, the devil clans will benefit in the end. Initially, I sympathized with the 7 Absolute Sect. However, after what happened recently, I no longer sympathize with them. In fact, I think they deserve it. Me too. Voices criticizing the 7 Absolute Sect could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone said the 7 Absolute Sect had crossed the line. However, did the 7 Absolute Sect really cross the line? On a snow-capped peak in the northern region, an old figure knelt before a tombstone at the peak of the snow-capped peak. There was no name on the tombstone. Senior brother, after more than 300 years, that person from the Heaven Divination sect is finally dead. I'm useless for not being able to avenge you personally. However, the person who avenged you this time is my last disciple. He's also your junior nephew. He's the successor of the prophet progeny. You can finally rest in peace in the netherworld. The old man knelt before the tombstone and muttered to it. This old man was none other than the previous successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, the Oracle Man. 300 years ago, there were 2 successors of the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolute Sect. Apart from the Oracle Man, there was also the Oracle Man's senior brother. At that time, their whereabouts were discovered by a Heaven Divination sect's disciple. That Heaven Divination sect's disciple had chased after them for thousands of miles to kill them. The Oracle Man managed to escape with his senior brother's help and went into hiding. His senior brother, on the other hand, was captured by the Heaven Divination sect's disciple and tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally breathed his last. The reason the Heaven Divination sect's disciple did that was to force the Oracle Man to come out. The Oracle Man still remembered the scene from that time. At that time, he felt like dying when he saw his senior brother being tortured. He really wanted to stand out and ask the Heaven Divination sect's disciple to kill him so that he could give his senior brother a quick death. However, he held himself back in the end. This was because he carried the heavy responsibility of inheriting the prophet progeny of the 7 Absolute Sect. At that time, if he stood out, the prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, would be destroyed in his hands. At that time, both of them did not have the time to leave behind the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect. Ha ha ha. The oracle man suddenly laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with a sense of relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. The heaven divination sect's disciple who tortured his senior brother for 10 days and 10 nights was the sect leader of the heaven divination sect. He was also the person who was killed by the oracle man's disciple with the heaven reversing art of curse. In the past, he had watched as his enemy grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he even became the sect leader of the heaven divination sect. There were many nights when the oracle man woke up from his dreams in despair. However, his disciple, his senior brother's junior nephew, the successor of the prophet progeny, had killed his enemy and avenged his senior brother. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Not thinking about the greater good of the human race? At some point, a graceful figure floated down from the sky and landed not far behind the elder of heavenly secrets. It was a beautiful woman. She was none other than the previous successor of the red dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect. She was also Han Xuanai's master. If it wasn't for the devil clans that could invade the upper province at any time and for the greater good of the human race, the three great sects would have been bathed in blood by now. The world is foolish. Who doesn't know that the people of the seven absolute sect are only avenging the 1,000-year-old enmity? The 1,000-year-old enmity referred to the enmity between the three great sects and the seven absolute sect for killing the people of the seven absolute sect. In other words, the people from the three great sects that the seven absolute sect had killed were the people who had killed the people of the seven absolute sect in the past 1,000 years. P.S. These few days, I've organized a book review event with the website for my brothers and sisters. Everyone can post a review on the QQ Reading app or Genesis Chinese Network's War Sovereign Ling Tian book review section. The content can be directed at the book or a character you like. The deadline is this Friday. I'll pick out the 10 most pertinent comments from the beginning of the chapter to the end of the event and give each of them 10,000 book vouchers as a reward. I'll contact the winners and ask them to send the book vouchers to the website via QQ. Among the 10 winners, 3 of them will be lucky enough to receive a mysterious gift pack and a greeting card that I'll personally mail to them. Let's get to work now. The event will be held simultaneously on the QQ Reading app and the Genesis Chinese Network's War Honorable on the Ling Tian's War Honorable. Chapter 2252. 300 years ago, the sect leader of the heaven divination sect had killed the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, who was the oracle man's senior brother. 300 years later, the oracle man's last disciple killed him with a curse and took revenge. 200 years ago, an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and a disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism had joined forces to kill the successor of the red dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect, Han Xuanai's grandmaster. The elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism at that time was now the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Han Xuanai had killed the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King to avenge the successor of the Red Dust progeny who was killed 200 years ago. 500 years ago, an elder of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Currently, that elder had become an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. 500 years later, the oracle of the Heaven Divination sect had been killed by Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Good and evil had their retribution. It was not that there was no retribution, but it was not time yet. Based on all these factors, the people of the Seven Absolute sect who had killed so many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had only avenged 1,000 years of enmity. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no conflict between Zoroastrianism and the Seven Absolute sect. For this reason, the people of the Seven Absolutes sect did not target the people of Zoroastrianism. If we don't avenge 1,000 years of enmity, the people of the Seven Absolutes sect won't be able to face our ancestors. At some point, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had also stepped forward. His turbid eyes suddenly brightened, shooting out two sharp beams of light. The invasion of the Devil clans is imminent, and the human race is at stake. Since we've avenged 1,000 years of enmity, the Seven Absolute sect is willing to put aside the enmity for now. We'll settle the score with the three great sects after we defeat the Devil clans. The old prophet's words were the principle of the Seven Absolute sect's entry into the world. The Seven Absolute sect had a clear conscience. The enmity of 1,000 years must be avenged. As for the rest of the enmity, he could put it aside for the time being. When he defeated the demon race in the future, he would settle the debt with the three great sects. This was the righteousness of the human race that the members of the Seven Absolute sect followed. If the people from the Seven Absolute sect were truly people who did not care about the righteousness of the human race, then how could the successor of the Kratos progeny, the Third Absolutes, Guli, the successor of the Kratos progeny, and the successors of the Gemini progeny, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, have only defeated their opponents and become famous? With their strength, they were completely capable of killing their opponents. However, they did not do that. However, we can't let those children be wronged. Activate the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network and spread the word about the righteousness of the human race that the Seven Absolute sect abides by. Let the world know that the Seven Absolute sect has a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. The Oracle man turned to the beautiful woman and said, "I'm here to discuss this with you." After replying, the beautiful woman left in a hurry. Soon after, the news of the people from the Seven Absolute sect avenging 1,000-year-old enmity began to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, many people who were condemning the Seven Absolute sect fell silent. I see. If the people from the Seven Absolute sect are only avenging 1,000-year-old enmity, then they have a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. I was wondering. The sect that Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint, used to be and shouldn't be a sect that doesn't care about the righteousness of the human race. As it turns out, there's a reason for this. It's understandable. That's right. 1,000-year-old enmity is only 1,000-year-old enmity. If they don't take revenge, they won't be able to face their ancestors who were only 1 or 2 generations away from them. It's understandable why the people from the Seven Absolute sect did this. As the news of the people from the Seven Absolute sect avenging 1,000-year-old enmity spread, the voices in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land changed. Initially, they were still condemning the Seven Absolute sect. Now, they were more concerned about why the people from the Seven Absolute sect had targeted the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Naturally, there were still some people who continued to condemn the Seven Absolute sect. They felt the Seven Absolute sect should not take revenge for 1,000-year-old enmity. They should prioritize the righteousness of the human race. However, these people were in the minority. Their voices were quickly drowned out. They did not cause any commotion at all. No wonder the people from the Seven Absolute sect didn't do anything to the people from Zoroastrianism. As it turns out, they're avenging 1,000-year-old enmity. For the past 1,000 years, although the Zoroastrianism has targeted the Seven Absolute sect, we've never killed anyone from the Seven Absolute sect. At this moment, many people from the Zoroastrianism could not help but feel relieved. The people from the Seven Absolute sect who had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still fine. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, brought great pressure to the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. After all, both of them were capable of killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Seven Absolute sect has been in hiding for 100,000 years. Now that they've reappeared, they're really well prepared. That's right. Just a few disciples from the Seven Absolutes sect have caused such a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 female disciples have even entered the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as they appeared in front of everyone. Speaking of the 3 female disciples from the Seven Absolutes sect, the most terrifying one is the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. The successor of the Prophet progeny seems very mysterious. The other 5 successors of the Seven Absolutes sect have reported their names, but she only said she's the successor of the Prophet progeny, the last disciple of the Oracle Man. She's so mysterious, and she's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. The successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect is not to be trifled with. Similar discussions continued to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were fearful of the successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, it was mostly because the successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Moreover, she was suspected to be a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. It's better to offend the King of Hell than to offend the Prophet progeny. Someone even sent out such a message. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land agreed with this. The successor of the Prophet progeny was too terrifying. At the same time, apart from the Zoroastrianism, the Xuanzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were secretly searching for the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, the 2 great sects were not searching for the members of the Seven Absolutes sect because they wanted to have a cup of tea with them. They wanted to seek revenge and redeem themselves. To the 2 great sects, what the members of the Seven Absolutes sect had done to them was a great humiliation. Only the blood of the members of the Seven Absolutes sect could wash away the humiliation they had suffered. Initially, the Xuanzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect wanted to drag the Zoroastrianism down with them. They wanted to join forces with the Zoroastrianism to deal with the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. However, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, was not stupid. He had directly rejected them. What a joke! Now that the members of the Seven Absolutes sect did not come looking for trouble with the members of the Zoroastrianism, they would be thankful. After all, the current Seven Absolutes sect was no longer the Seven Absolutes sect of the past. If they were not confident they could uproot the Seven Absolutes sect, it was best not to provoke them for the time being. Currently, all 6 of the Seven Absolutes sect have appeared except for the first Absolute, the Fog Rain sect. Soon after, many people discovered this. It's said that in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's rare for the Seven Absolutes sect to appear in such a high-profile manner. The last time it happened was 100,000 years ago during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. I've heard about this as well. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Seven Absolutes sect has a rule that the Seven Absolutes sect can only appear in such a high-profile manner when the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute, appears. If the record is true, it means that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, has appeared. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, is already so heaven-defying. How heaven-defying would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny be if he appears? After all, according to the Seven Absolutes sect's tradition, the strongest person in the Seven Absolutes sect is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. How exciting! In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, people were discussing the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, these discussions had spread to the 3 great sects as well. Now that the Seven Absolutes sect has appeared, the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, must have a successor. Moreover, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from 100,000 years ago is most likely the successor of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. In the entire Dao martial saint land, no one knew the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, better than the 3 great sections. Due to this reason, they were more certain than anyone else. It was highly likely that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had appeared. Otherwise, the 7 absolute sect would not have appeared in such a high-profile manner. Based on the strength of this generation of the 7 absolute sect, the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute, is the strongest. In fact, although the successor of the prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, his strength was the weakest among the 7 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect. That's right. During that era, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Qingyang, was the strongest. The one who was second only to Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute. No one can see through this generation of the 7 absolute sect. Perhaps, even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, might not be a match for that heaven-defying Tao cultivator, the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute. It's not impossible. Similar discussion spread among the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. However, the people from the 3 great sects did not expect that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would be the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. In fact, many of them knew the current successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Even if they did not know him, they had heard of him before. Chapter 2253. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the lower province, was unaware of what had happened in the upper province in the past year. Otherwise, he would definitely know. Back then, when he received Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, the meaning of the words Misty Rain successor. Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating in a guest room of an inn in the Human Devil Holy City. The inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about being disturbed when he cultivated here. In the entire Human Devil clan, no one dared to cause trouble in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace did not know about this. The culprit who killed the foster son of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and the direct disciples of several elders of Crimson Blaze Palace was in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully in an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace. It's fine if my innate talent was not good enough in the past, but now that I have a violet innate spiritual root, I can't drag Brother Tian down anymore. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Kerr was not idle and also began cultivating. Of course, even if she wanted to cultivate in seclusion now, she couldn't. She could only occasionally find time to cultivate. That was because she was not alone. She had a daughter that she needed to take care of. As for Kerr's elder sister, Gan Ru Yen, she had gone into closed-door cultivation the moment she returned. Currently, Gan Ru Yan's innate spiritual root had changed from an indigo innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root. This experience was like a dream to her. Therefore, after returning to the inn, she could not wait to go into closed-door cultivation. She wanted to experience her innate spiritual root as soon as possible. "Mother, where is father?" When Duan Si Ling woke up, the first thing she did was to look for Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was very dependent on her father, Duan Lingtian. "Good girl, Si Ling. Daddy is cultivating in seclusion now. He'll be out in a few days. When the time comes, Si Ling will play with you again, okay?" Kerr said affectionately as she patted Duan Si Ling's head. "All right, Si Ling will wait for Daddy to come out of seclusion." "Mother, Si Ling wants to cultivate too. Si Ling wants to fight bad guys with Daddy." Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly when she said this. She waved her fists in the air as she said this. He looked like a little adult. Xiling, you're such a good girl. However, if you want to cultivate, you'll have to wait for your father to come out of seclusion. He'll teach you then, all right? Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, a gratified smile appeared on Ker's face. All right, all right. When Daddy comes out of seclusion, he'll teach me how to cultivate. Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Xiling did not feel disappointed. Instead, she clapped her hands excitedly. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her father was different. After all, her father was more powerful than her mother and aunts. If her father taught her, she would definitely become more powerful in the future. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in Duan Lingtian's room. Gusts of majestic and vast gales extended out from Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. They were like roaring dragons that charged out in all directions as though they were going to destroy the entire room. However, just as the raging winds approached the walls, doors, and windows, they seemed to be devoured by something and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His eyes flashed like two blazing suns, shooting out two dazzling rays of light as if they could illuminate all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had undergone a huge change compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. It was as though he had become ethereal and otherworldly. So this is the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would have an endless lifespan. As it turns out, this is how a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage achieves eternal life. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have an endless lifespan. However, he did not know how it worked. Now that he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he finally understood why powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have eternal life. This was because, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, the saint veins in one's body would be connected to the tiny meridians in one's body. When Yang Kai circulated his saint qi, the inconspicuous small meridians located all over his body could receive a baptism of saint qi, allowing him to maintain the vitality of his body and achieve immortality. In the past, the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, was a mystery to Duan Lingtian. Now that he had broken through to this level, he was clear about everything and understood everything. After breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have an endless lifespan. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the heaven-defying form. The heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A human who originally had a limited lifespan, after breaking through to a certain level of cultivation, would obtain eternal life and have an endless lifespan. To a certain extent, this was an act that defied the heavens itself. Although my cultivation speed is still slower in the human devil saint city with the help of my dark violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it's still not as fast as before. However, it's not because my innate spiritual root can't catch up with the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. It's because the cultivation environment here is far inferior to the upper province. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed was almost the same as when he had the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, his innate talent was not as good as it was now, but he had the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Comparing his current cultivation speed to his past cultivation speed, even if there was still some difference, it was not that big of a difference. However, since this was the lower province, the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the upper province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed here was not as good as when he was in the upper province. The cultivation speed was similar only if they were in the same cultivation environment. If there was a huge difference in the cultivation environment, it would naturally be different. Even so, I still managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, apart from gaining eternal life, the Sun Saint origin in his body had also improved. Although his Sun Saint origin could not compare to the Sun Saint origin of an ordinary martial cultivator at the same cultivation base, it was still much stronger. However, it was still much stronger than a martial cultivator at the same cultivation base. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage has brought me more than just immortality. My current strength has increased by a whole level compared to before I broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt excited when he thought of this. Now that his strength had improved, he would be able to protect himself and his loved ones in the Debussy subterranean where the devil clans wreaked havoc. How could he not feel excited when he thought of this? It's a pity that Hua Lao is no longer here. Duan Lingtian thought about Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He could not help but sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Duan Lingtian had his reasons for thinking about Hua Lao at this moment. When Hua Lao was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that he would be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would help Duan Lingtian improve the Golden Crow's wings to the 3rd form. At that time, the speed he could display after using the Golden Crow's wings would increase by another level. At that time, the Golden Crow's wings would shine as a divine ability in the Devata realm. Since Elder Hua is not here, I won't be able to raise my Golden Crow's wings to the 3rd form. Although my speed is much faster than many movement divine abilities in the Tao Martial Saint land with the help of the 2nd form of the Golden Crow's wings, it's still not enough. However, there's still a gap between my speed and the most ordinary movement divine abilities in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. Since Elder Hua was no longer around, it meant that his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, would no longer improve. He could comprehend other divine abilities on his own. However, he could not comprehend the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings was Hua Lao's innate divine ability as a 3-legged Golden Crow. The reason Duan Lingtian could master the Golden Crow's wings was all thanks to the Golden Crow's wings that Hua Lao had planted on his back. Otherwise, he would not have been able to master the Golden Crow's wings. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian, you must believe that Hua Lao will be happy for you if he knows you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in such a short time. After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian's gloominess was swept away, and his spirits were lifted. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Chapter 2254. He stood up from the bed and opened the door. He had officially come out of closed-door cultivation. Daddy! 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 Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when he heard an excited voice coming from the front. The voice was getting closer and closer. When he took a closer look, he saw his daughter, Duan Si Ling, running toward him with her arms wide open when she saw him opening the door. Her delicate little face was filled with excitement. Si Ling, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he crouched down to catch Duan Si Ling, who was running toward him. Then, he carried her in his arms. Duan Si Ling was already 10 years old. However, because she had not interacted with many people, and had not interacted with people of the same age, her temperament was still as naive and unaffected as before. In front of Duan Ling Tian, she was like a little princess. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, she was his little princess, his one and only little princess. Daddy. Why do I feel like you're different now? Duan Si Ling blinked her big eyes as she studied Duan Ling Tian from head to toe. When she spoke, she noticed Duan Ling Tian's aura was different from before. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His temperament and aura had changed as well. Although Duan Si Ling had not officially started cultivating, she had a black profound spirit. However, since Duan Si Ling possessed a black innate spiritual root, she had extraordinary senses. Although she did not have a high cultivation base, she could still sense the change in Duan Ling Tian's aura. Naturally, she did not know what the change in aura was. All she knew was that her father gave her a different feeling. Daddy has broken through. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he patted his daughter's head affectionately. Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Duan Si Ling's eyes brightened when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In other words, Daddy, you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and you'll be immortal in the future? Duan Ling Tian had told Duan Si Ling that his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had also told her about the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He merely smiled and nodded. When Duan Si Ling saw Duan Ling Tian nodding, her delicate face fell. She looked like a little adult with a troubled expression on her face. What happened? This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen his daughter like this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know why her daughter suddenly became like this. Daddy, Si Ling wants to cultivate too. Duan Si Ling pouted playfully. Si Ling wants to be immortal as well. Otherwise, when I'm old and pass away, it'll be boring for you to be immortal by yourself. Si Ling wants to be immortal with you, Daddy. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, Si Ling, you can cultivate if you want. However, I'll have to ask for your mother's permission. If she doesn't mind, I'll teach you how to cultivate, alright? Daddy, Mommy has no objections. She asked me to wait for Daddy to come out of closed-door cultivation so Daddy can teach me how to cultivate. Duan Si Ling giggled. You'll have to ask your mommy first. Duan Ling Tian said affectionately as he patted Duan Si Ling's head. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Brother Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? A light and pleasant voice that was filled with pleasant surprise sounded from nearby as a beautiful woman walked out of the room adjacent to Duan Ling Tian's room. It was none other than Kerr. Kerr had also come out of her room when she heard the commotion. Yes. When Duan Ling Tian saw Kerr, the doting look in his eyes turned gentle. It was as though it could melt anything. Mommy, Daddy has agreed to teach me how to cultivate. Duan Si Ling waved at Kerr as she said excitedly to Kerr. Before Kerr could reply, Duan Ling Tian said, I thought since Si Ling is already 10 years old, it's fine if she wants to cultivate. However, it's up to you. If you think it's fine, I'll teach her. If you don't think it's fine, we'll wait for another 2 years. Duan Si Ling was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she regained her senses, tears began to well up in her eyes. "Daddy, what are you talking about? Didn't you promise me earlier?" At this moment, Duan Si Ling's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked pitiful. "I did promise you earlier, but your mommy has to agree. If your mommy doesn't agree, I won't dare to teach you." Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw Duan Si Ling's expression. He smiled as he patted her head. Kerr was the one who brought up their daughter. He had always felt guilty towards Ku'er, so when it came to his daughter's cultivation, he decided to listen to Ku'er's opinion and not make the decision himself. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian did not have such a reason, it would not be appropriate for him to make such a decision. After all, their daughter did not belong to him alone. She belonged to both him and Kerr. As their daughter's mother, Kerr had the right to express her opinion. Duan Lingtian did not have the right to deny her this right. "Mommy," upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Si Ling knew the decision was still in her mother's hands. She looked at her mother again and pouted. "You promised Si Ling earlier. You can't go back on your word." At this moment, Kerr finally arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Duan Si Ling. "Brother Tian, I'll listen to you," Ku'er said to Duan Lingtian. She had the appearance of a woman singing along with her husband. Duan Lingtian's words earlier showed how much he cared for her and how much he respected her. It made her feel warm in her heart. Just like that, the matter was settled. Duan Si Ling began to cultivate. "Kerr, how long did I spend in closed-door cultivation?" Duan Lingtian looked at Ku'er and asked after he finally remembered the important matter. 20 days. Kerr replied. "Only 20 days?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Initially, he thought he would have spent at least 25 days in closed-door cultivation. He did not expect it would only take him 20 days. "Kerr, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in an hour at most." Duan Lingtian turned to look at Kerr and greeted Kerr after he found out how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian comforted his daughter for a while before he handed her over to Kerr. Then, he left the inn that belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. There was only one reason Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. He wanted to test his strength and see how strong he had become. After all, although his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he had no idea how much his strength had improved or what it was like. Before he tested his strength, he would not be able to come to a conclusion. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian left the Human Devil Saint City. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at an empty desert. Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the desert and extended his divine consciousness. He could not detect any signs of life. In other words, not only was there no one around, but there were also no signs of life. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin. My Sun Saint Origin, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint Origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it surged out of his body and emitted a majestic aura. It was as though the ancient beast that had been lurking in Duan Lingtian's body had awakened. The number of saint veins in one's body directly affected the speed at which one could mobilize energy. The more saint veins one had, the faster one could mobilize energy. It was the same the other way around. However, due to the low level of power in the mundane realms, people in the mundane realms did not rely on saint veins as much as people in the Devata realms. Naturally, the saint veins were not called saint veins in the Devata realms. Instead, they were called heavenly veins. Elementary devouring tactic. After mobilizing the Sun Saint Origin in his body, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian moved to another location. He had to change locations. Although he could continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. If he changed locations, he would be able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Change locations. Continue to devour. Change locations. Continue to devour. After repeating this several times, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its maximum after a dozen breaths of time. However, the Sun Saint origin that had been raised to its limit did not surprise Duan Ling Tian at all. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also slightly disappointed. It's still the same as before. Could this be the bottleneck that Huolao mentioned to me before? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Currently, the Sun Saint origin in his body that had been raised to its limit was similar to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast before he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was as though he had encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to break. Huolao said before that powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage will face a bottleneck before they pass the heavenly tribulation. This bottleneck can only be broken after passing the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 22:55. I thought I'd be able to break through the bottleneck with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I didn't think I'd be able to break through the bottleneck even after comprehending the elementary devouring tactic to its peak. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh after he smiled wryly. The bottleneck meant the Sun Saint origin in his body was only comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage even with the help of the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The bottleneck was the limit of the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to break through the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would have to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of his Saint origin and improve his strength. According to Huolao, once a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the Saint origin in his body will break through the bottleneck and form the Celestial origin energy. At that time, the Saint origin would still be the same Saint origin as before. However, due to the Celestial origin energy, the Saint origin would be much stronger than before. Huolao said the Celestial origin energy would only be formed after one passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Ling Tian sighed again when he thought about this. In other words, before I pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, even if my cultivation base breaks through to the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage or the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint origin in my body won't be able to improve with the elementary devouring tactic. In fact, when my cultivation base breaks through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't even need the help of the elementary devouring tactic to break through the bottleneck. At that time, even if I cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, with all my might, the Sun Saint origin in my body wouldn't change at all. At that time, the elementary devouring tactic would no longer be of any help to my strength. It would be useless to me. Naturally, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was useless to Duan Ling Tian after he had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In other words, the elementary devouring tactic would not be useless. After all, apart from helping Duan Ling Tian improve his Saint Qi, the elementary devouring technique had many other uses. For example, he could devour and raise the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, if I passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after breaking through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, can't raise the Saint origin in my body, I'll still have Celestial origin energy. Saint origin has reached the limit of the mundane realm, but the Celestial origin energy isn't limited by the mundane realm. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base and break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before overcoming the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Once I've overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I'll be able to use the elementary devouring tactic to increase my strength again. At that time, my strength will increase tremendously. The disappointment in Duan Lingtian's heart lessened slightly when he thought about this. Although Duan Lingtian was still slightly disappointed, he knew things were already set in stone. There was nothing he could do to change it. Apart from raising my cultivation base, the only thing I can do now is to improve my other techniques. That's the only way I can improve my overall strength in a short time. After all, before I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully pass the heavenly tribulation, my son Saint Origin is only a so-so. A hint of determination flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he muttered to himself. In the past, I've been too reliant on the elementary devouring tactic. That's why my other techniques have stagnated. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he muttered to himself. Whether it was the defensive divine ability, Black Tortoise's armor, the offensive divine ability, otherworldly flying immortal, or even the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, sovereign heart sword, they had all been temporarily left behind by him. Duan Lingtian only realized this when he discovered the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was becoming less and less helpful to him. However, even though my current strength hasn't improved much compared to when I was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm not afraid of anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, except for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Perhaps I can first become a Vice Palace Master. Duan Lingtian did not forget his plan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not linger in the desert. He immediately turned around and returned to the Human Devil Saint City. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian returned to the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian, naturally, planned to bring Ke, his daughter, and Gan Ruyen to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Sister is still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned from Ke that she had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time. Gan Ruyen had been in closed-door cultivation since the last time Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. She did not show any signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Let's wait for her then. Duan Lingtian did not forget his promise to his daughter and began to teach her cultivation. He decided to wait for Gan Ruyen to come out of closed-door cultivation. During this time, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying a black innate spiritual root was. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw his daughter's cultivation base skyrocketing. This is too much. Duan Lingtian looked for Ke when Duan Si Ling's cultivation was on the right track and she no longer needed to stick to him. Duan Lingtian said to Ke, Si Ling should be fine now that she's cultivating on her own. I'm going to make a trip to upgrade my innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root. Brother Tian, how long will you be gone? Ke was more concerned about how long Duan Lingtian would be gone since she did not want to be separated from Duan Lingtian anymore. It shouldn't be too long. After all, my innate spiritual root is only half a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said as he hugged Ke and said gently, I'll be back as soon as possible. When Si Ling wakes up from her cultivation, please inform her. All right. Ke nodded with a reluctant expression on her face. Brother Tian, come back early. All right. Duan Lingtian replied before he kissed Ke's forehead gently. Then, he left the inn and the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian headed north. This time, his target was not the Human Devil Saint City, but the other clans in the Devil clans. When Duan Lingtian was in the Human Devil Saint City, he learned about the human devil Saint City. A few 100,000 miles north of the human devil Saint City was the territory occupied by the Boerdevil clan after they arrived at the Debussy subterranean. It was the base of a fourth-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. Although the Boerdevil clan was not one of the most powerful clans in the Devil clans, including the Human Devil clan and the Ox Devil clan, it was only second to these few clans. It was one of the more powerful clans in the Devil clans. According to the human devils in the restaurant in the human devil Saint City, there are 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Boerdevil clan. The 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage are the leaders of the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. They're also the 3 patriarchs of the Boerdevil clan. Since Duan Ling Tian had gone to the restaurant in the human devil Saint City, he knew a thing or two about the Boerdevil clan. It said that the Boerdevils are all humanoid monsters with the head of a pig. Based on this description, they're similar to Zhu Bajie, the second senior brother in the legends. As Duan Ling Tian's mind raced, he discovered something. He had unknowingly left the human devil clan's territory and entered the Boerdevil clan's territory. It's a human devil from the human devil clan's territory. When Duan Ling Tian discovered he had entered the Boerdevil clan's territory, a loud voice rang from afar. It instantly attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. When Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice, he saw 2 figures standing in front of him. Both of them had the body of a human. However, their heads were all huge pig heads. They were exactly the same as Zhu Beiji from the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life. The only difference was that they were not as fat as Zhu Bajie. Among the 2 figures with pig heads, one of them was muscular while the other was skinny. The person who spoke was the skinny one. So these are the Boerdevils? At this moment it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the identity of these 2 people. Human devil boy, you've crossed the line. This is the territory of the Boerdevil clan. The skinny Boerdevil flew toward Duan Ling Tian and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and said to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he opened his mouth, Duan Ling Tian could smell a foul stench wafting toward him. Scram! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. His majestic saint origin surged out and engulfed the Boerdevil and the stench coming out of his mouth. After the Boerdevil was engulfed, he was reduced to ashes. All that was left was a spatial ring floating in the air by itself. It's a powerhouse from the human devil clan. Chapter 2256. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. The sturdy Boerdevil shuddered when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him after taking his companion's spatial ring. He immediately fell to his knees and begged with a trembling voice. Apart from the 3 patriarchs, who has the highest innate talent in the Boerdevil clan? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the Boerdevil who was kneeling on the ground as though nothing had happened after he killed the Boerdevil. Who has the highest innate talent? The Boerdevil who was kneeling on the ground was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. What? You don't know? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the Boerdevil did not respond. His eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, killing intent surged from Duan Ling Tian's body as a terrifying aura swept out and shrouded the Boerdevil. The Boerdevil shuddered when he sensed the terrifying aura. He quickly regained his senses and replied in a flustered manner, "My lord, I know. I know. I really know. Speak." Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. Apart from the 3 patriarchs, the 3 great guardian warriors have the highest innate talent in the Boerdevil clan. Then, there's the younger generation in the 3 great guardian warriors. The Boerdevil spoke without any hesitation as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would treat him the same way he treated his companion. His strength was only on par with his companion. However, the human devil powerhouse in front of him had killed his companion with just a wave of his hand. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not be an exception. Because of this, he did not dare to think of running away in front of the human devil expert after witnessing his companion's death. He knew there was no way he could run away. The three great guardian warriors? Are they very innate? Duan Lingtian interrupted the boar devil before he could finish speaking. Duan Lingtian had heard about the three great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan when he was in the human devil saint city. He knew they were famous powerhouses in the boar devil clan. The three great guardian warriors were only at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Moreover, they were still quite a distance away from the peak of the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. However, due to the fact that they were twins, they had a special connection with each other. Due to this reason, they were extremely powerful when they joined forces. Most importantly, they were not ordinary twin brothers. They were triplet twins. There were 3 of them in total. They had the same cultivation base and techniques. When the 3 of them joined forces, the strength they could display was even more terrifying than the combined strength of 2 pairs of twin brothers. When the 3 great guardian warriors joined forces, their strength was second only to the 3 patriarchs in the boar devil clan. They were the leaders of the 3 strongest tribes in the boar devil clan. In the boar devil clan, the 3 great guardian warriors were widely acknowledged as invincible among those below the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Even Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, had been defeated by the 3 great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the muscular boar devil who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to hesitate. He quickly replied, "They're even more outstanding than the younger generation in our boar devil clan. They're the most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the boar devil clan." The younger generation? They're considered the younger generation in the boar devil clan? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Previously, he had only heard that the 3 great guardian warriors in the boar devil clan were very powerful. However, he had no idea how old they were. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Debussy subterranean for some time, he roughly knew how the younger generation was defined in the devil clans. Generally speaking, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the younger generation of the demon race were not more than 100 years old. Yes. The boar devil nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. The 3 great guardian warriors are young. They're only in their 50s. Only in their 50s. They're so young? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the boar devil's words. They were only in their 50s, but their cultivation base was at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Even if they continuously devoured other people's vital energy and blood to raise their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to raise their cultivation base in such a short time if they were not extremely talented. Their innate spiritual roots. They should all be indigo innate spiritual roots, and they shouldn't just be light indigo innate spiritual roots. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate, of course, at most, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. However, the possibility of this is not high. When he was in the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian had tried to learn more about the innate spiritual roots of the devils. In the history of the devil clans, there were only a few peerless geniuses with purple innate spiritual roots. Moreover, they were all human devils with pure human bloodline. In other words, apart from the human devil clan, there had never been a peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the devil clans. Because of this, in Duan Lingtian's impression, a dark blue spirit root was already the limit of a demon's innate talent. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was certain the 3 great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan possessed blue innate spiritual roots, he did not think they possessed dark blue innate spiritual roots. He thought they only possessed normal blue innate spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was still pleasantly surprised. These three people. Even if they only possess light indigo innate spiritual roots, I'm 100% confident my innate spiritual root will transform into a black innate spiritual root after I devour their innate spiritual roots. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. At this moment, he could already see his innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root. It's them then. Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the three great guardian warriors from the Boardevil clan. To be more precise, he had his eyes on the three great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots. Which tribe are the three Vajras of your Boar Demon clan from? The Black Boar tribe? The Thunder Boar tribe? Or the Red Boar tribe? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the muscular Boar Devil kneeling on the ground. If the three great guardian warriors belonged to one of the three tribes, it would be difficult for him to kill them. This was because each of the three tribes had a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, he was not 100% confident he could kill a devil powerhouse. He could only use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, after he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he was not confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Up until now, he had not come into contact with many powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Tang Xian had displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage during his battle with Lang Qianjin. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he thought about it. A powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was too strong. Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not weak at all. Both Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not the strongest powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage below the Eminent Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was still wary of a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage even though he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Although I can use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise the Sun Saint origin in my body to the level of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye, however, even with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I'm not confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, even if I can raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage with the elementary devouring tactic, I'm not 100% confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in my hand, is not complete. I believe the complete Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, I'm not 100% sure if the missing Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. For these reasons, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk of killing a devil powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he could have raised his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage before he killed the three great guardian warriors from the Boardevil clan. At that time, even if one of the patriarchs at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage arrived in time, he would be able to kill the three great guardian warriors from the Boardevil clan. He would be able to use his Sun Saint origin to activate the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, to kill the three great guardian warriors from the Boardevil clan. They don't belong to any tribe. At this moment, the Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground said, to a certain extent, they're considered sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan. The boar devil who was kneeling on the ground said, "Seckless cultivators?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the boar devil's words. Chapter 2257. Duan Lingtian had asked who had the highest innate talent in the boar devil clan because he wanted to devour a high-grade innate spiritual root to obtain a black innate spiritual root. This would save him a lot of time. If he devoured a low-grade innate spiritual root from an ordinary boar devil, his innate spiritual root would transform into a black innate spiritual root. However, it would take a long time for him to do so. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste too much time. Kerr did not want to be separated from him for too long, and the same went for him. Duan Lingtian only wanted to finish this as soon as possible so he could return to be with Kerr. The three great guardian warriors all possess indigo innate spiritual roots and are seckless cultivators. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he learned about the Boar Devil clan's three great guardian warriors from the kneeling Boar Devil. His breathing quickened as well. What did it mean for the three great guardian warriors to be considered as seckless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan? It meant they were not in the three most powerful tribes in the Boar Devil clan. They were most likely not in the vicinity of the three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage. The territory of the Boar Devil clan is neither big nor small. Do you know where the three great guardian warriors are? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Boar Devil kneeling in the air. "My lord, will you let me go if I tell you where they are?" The Boar Devil did not reply to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression on his face. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. "What? Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the Boar Devil. "Or do you think you're the only one who knows where the three great guardian warriors are?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the Boar Devil. The killing intent that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body frightened the Boar Devil so much that he hastily shook his head. "My lord, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that. I'll bring you to the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. I'll bring you there immediately." The Boar Devil looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him. Most Boar Devils knew where the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was. Therefore, he really couldn't use this to threaten the human powerhouse in front of him. "Lead the way." Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. The Boar Devil hastily rose to his feet and led Duan Lingtian to the place where the three great guardian warriors were cultivating. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not encounter any other Boar Devils along the way. "My lord, the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors is just ahead. We'll arrive after we cross the mountain in front." The Boar Devil who was leading the way turned to tell Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. This was exactly what he wanted. He was worried the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was not far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. After all, if any of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan interfered, he might not be able to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the Boar Devil and crossed the mountain in front of them. Duan Lingtian suddenly frowned as though he had sensed something. He immediately looked down at the mountain range beneath his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian lowered his head to look, two whistling sounds resonated in the continuous mountain range. Following that, two figures appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. They were none other than two Boar Devils. One of the Boar Devils was plump and had a big belly. He resembled Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother of Duan Lingtian from the ancient legends on Earth. The other one was well built. Although he also had a pig's head, his facial features were more delicate. He could be considered as a rare good-looking man in the Boar Devil clan. Xiaofan, how dare you bring a human devil into the territory of the Boar Devil clan? How dare you? The plump Boar Devil who resembled Zhu Beiji moved like a ball and rolled toward Duan Lingtian and the muscular Boar Devil named Xiaofan who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian. A hint of schadenfreude could be heard in his voice. My lord, this is one of my enemies. I didn't expect him to be here. Xiaofan, the Boar Devil who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian, said with a wry smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face. Even as he smiled bitterly, a gleam of schadenfreude flashed in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a fool. That blind guy is dead for sure. Humph. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gloating look in Xiaofan's eyes. He could guess what Xiaofan was thinking. However, after a scoff, he made his move. Boom. 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 Duan Lingtian did not seem to have done anything, but a vast energy surged out of his body. It was as though a ferocious beast had opened its mouth and pounced toward the plump Boar Devil. The plump Boar Devil did not even have time to react before he was devoured by the energy surging out of Duan Lingtian's body. Not a single trace of him was left behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the spatial ring fell, Xiaofan flew out and retrieved it before he respectfully handed it to Duan Lingtian. My lord! After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the muscular Boar Devil. My lord, he's that fellow's companion, so we can't let him live. Otherwise, news of your arrival will spread in the Boar Devil clan. Xiaofan said to Duan Lingtian. The gloating glint in the depths of his eyes grew even denser. The remaining Boar Devil was also his nemesis. Run! The muscular Boar Devil shuddered when he heard Xiaofan's words. He regained his senses and tried to flee immediately. What a joke! Since this human devil could easily kill his companion, it was only natural that he could easily kill him as well. After all, his strength was only on par with his companion. When his companion was killed, he was so terrified that he could not even muster the will to fight back. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had casually pointed his finger at the Boar Devil. The Boar Devil who was about to flee did not even have time to take a step before the sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger pierced through the space between his brows. Die! In just a blink of an eye, the two Boar Devils were killed by Duan Lingtian. Although the muscular Boar Devil named Xiaofan knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he could not help but shudder when he saw how easily Duan Lingtian had killed two Boar Devils whose strength was on par with his. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly took the spatial ring from the muscular Boar Devil's hand and handed it to Duan Lingtian respectfully. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to lead the way obediently. At the same time, he was delighted when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had killed his two nemeses. Without his two nemeses, he would be able to live comfortably in the future. My lord, we're here. As soon as Xiaofan's voice rang in the air, a vast valley appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. On the other side of this vast valley, there were three simple wooden huts standing on the mountainside. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the three wooden houses. Who's there? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt three divine consciousnesses that were stronger than his own charging toward his divine consciousness. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be prepared for this. The moment the three powerful divine senses collided with him, his divine sense quickly retreated, returning to his soul in the blink of an eye. The divine consciousness was dependent on the soul. The level of one's soul was directly related to one's cultivation base. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. His soul and divine consciousness were at the same level as well. The divine consciousness that was stronger than his had to be from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage or higher. The three great guardian warriors. Duan Ling Tian was certain this was the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil who led the way had not lied to him. Boom! 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 Almost as soon as the thought left Duan Ling Tian's mind, the three wooden houses on the other side of the mountain on the other side of the valley exploded in unison. Three figures that looked like devil gods appeared out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, the three figures appeared in the sky near Duan Ling Tian. They hovered in the air and stared at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. They were none other than the three boar devils who looked identical. The three boar devils were very tall. They were at least 2 meters tall, and their devil chi was so strong that they looked like three devil gods. These three boar devils were the three great guardian warriors of the boar devil clan. A human devil? The expressions of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan darkened when they saw Duan Ling Tian's appearance. You've got guts. How dare you bring a human devil into the boar devil clan's territory? When the boar devil Xiongjia's expression changed drastically when he saw the three great guardian warriors, one of the three great guardian warriors suddenly shouted. In just a blink of an eye, devil chi surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic palm that slammed down on Xiongjia. Boom! The giant palm tore through the air and swept down like a huge mountain crashing down, its momentum vast and mighty. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, but he did not stop it. Chapter 2258. Xiong-suk, the boar devil, was overjoyed when he learned that his two rivals had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. He felt that he would be able to live a better life in the future. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be killed so easily. He did not even have the chance to live a better life before he was killed. Moreover, he was killed by a fellow boar devil. When one of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan attacked Xiong-suk, Duan Ling Tian was in time to stop him. However, he did not do so. Even if the three great guardian warriors did not kill Xiong-suk, he did not plan to let him go. Since Xiong-suk had used him to kill the two boar devils, he was also using Xiong-suk to find the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil clan had killed countless humans. He would not show any mercy to such a clan of devils. Brat, as a human devil, how dare you come to the boar devil clan's territory? It seems like you're tired of living. One of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan, the boar devil who had just killed Xiong-suk, said coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Tired of living? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard the boar devil's words. Without waiting for the boar devil's reply, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as a sneer appeared on his face. The reason I came to the boar devil clan's territory is because of the three great guardian warriors. Now, all of you can accompany that boar devil in hell. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a whirlpool appeared in the air. Whoosh! 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 A whirlpool appeared out of thin air. It spun continuously as though it was going to devour heaven and earth. When the whirlpool merged with Duan Ling Tian, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's son Saint Origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace. Shameless boasting. At the same time, the three great guardian deities roared furiously in unison as well. At the same time, they all came back to their senses. Golden crow's wings. Under the watchful eyes of the three boar devils, who had just come back to their senses, Duan Ling Tian cast the golden crow's wings, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As soon as the wings appeared, they began to flap violently. Immediately. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the deafening sound of air exploding, Duan Lingtian had already left his original spot under the push of the golden crow's wings and arrived at another place. And the surroundings of the place where he arrived were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi for him to freely devour. Elementary devouring technique. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy. He's using an assist-type divine ability to absorb world energy to enhance his saint chi. At this moment, one of the three great guardian deities of the Boar Demon clan was the first to notice something was amiss, and he let out an urgent roar. Immediately, the other two of the three great guardian deities came back to their senses. As powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were extremely sensitive to the heaven and earth spirit chi. They could clearly see that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had become very thin. It was as though the heaven and earth spirit chi was being sucked dry. Kill him! The three great guardian deities roared at the same time. As twins, they had a tacit understanding with each other. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Swoosh! 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 The three great guardian deities were extremely fast. They moved in unison like three streaks of lightning as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although the three great guardian deities were fast, they were only as fast as Duan Lingtian. Even if they cast their divine abilities, their movement techniques, and their soaring devil chi, they still could not outrun Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. After all, Duan Lingtian had changed a few places to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Although his saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not far from it. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit chi in one place, Duan Lingtian moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. This is bad. His saint origin is still increasing. One of the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan cried out in alarm when he saw Duan Lingtian's son saint origin was getting stronger and stronger. A hint of dread could be heard in his voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh! Swoosh! The other two great guardian deities were horrified as well when they discovered Duan Lingtian's saint origin was increasing in speed. At this moment, the three great guardian deities realized something was amiss. At this moment, finally. After some effort, Duan Lingtian finally managed to raise his son saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel excited. At this moment, his son saint origin had completely surpassed the saint origin of the three great guardian deities. I've long heard that the three great guardian deities from the Boar Devil clan are almost invincible against cultivators below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage when they join forces. Now that his son saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. He immediately turned around and shouted as he charged toward the three great guardian deities who were still chasing after him. Golden Crow's Wings. Currently, Duan Lingtian's son saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. His speed was, naturally, twice as fast as the three great guardian deities. Ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three great guardian deities' expressions changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian charging toward them. At this moment, based on the human devil powerhouse's speed and the surging saint origin, they could tell the human devil powerhouse's saint origin was at the ninth form of the saint origin. The human devil powerhouse's saint origin had risen to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his speed had risen to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They could not compare to him at all. Defend with all your might. We'll deal with him after the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. At the same time, the three great guardian deities came to a halt. They stood back to back and faced different directions. As soon as the three of them formed a group, the demon chi in their bodies merged together. The demon chi in their bodies fused together perfectly, mixing with the three perfectly fused saint chi and forming a solid black light shield that enveloped the three of them. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that there were black lightning bolts everywhere. Bolts of black lightning could be seen swirling around the black light shield. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, it was filled with waves of demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. At the critical moment, the three guardian deities chose to join forces to defend. Since they were twins, they were able to perfectly fuse their defensive martial tactics and defensive divine abilities together to cast a defensive technique that could withstand the attacks of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Unless it was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was close to passing the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to breach their defenses in such a short time. In their opinion, although the human devil powerhouse's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was all thanks to his assist-type divine ability. As long as the support god art's effect was over, he would return to his original state. At that time, he would be at their mercy again. I can't believe this human devil has mastered such a powerful assist-type divine ability. He's actually able to raise his saint origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three guardian warriors, who were very confident in their defenses, couldn't help but sigh. Humph. As long as we survive this wave of attacks, when the effect of his support god art wears off, won't he be a fish on the chopping board for us to slaughter? His current strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It's impossible for him to breach our defenses in such a short time. The three great guardian deities were very confident in their combined defensive techniques. Interesting. Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward the three guardian warriors, raised an eyebrow when he saw their defenses. He raised his hand and took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding art. In the next moment, he unleashed the strongest attack that he could unleash at the moment. He cast his offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also conjured a few clones. Swoosh. 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 The main body of the 1,000 inscription sacred sword and its doppelganger were filled with sun saint origin as they flew towards the three great Vajras in formation. Several thousand inscription saint swords pierced through the air, emitting a series of sword whistles that lasted only for a brief moment. The sword rays flashed and whistled through the air as if they could pierce through everything. How fast! How powerful! At the same time, the three great guardian warriors from the Boardevil clan discovered how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's attack was. In their eyes, the streaks of sword light were like the fleeting appearance of a swan. Finally, the main body of the 1,000 inscription saint sword and the clones collided with the three guardian warriors' defenses. Boom! 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 However, along with a series of earth-shattering noises, a series of earth-shattering noises rang out. Duan Ling Tian's attacks landed on the defensive light shield cast by the three great guardian warriors, causing ripples to form on the shield. Chapter 2259. Although Duan Ling Tian's attacks were swift and ferocious, it was difficult for him to break through the defensive technique cast by the three great guardian warriors of the Boardevil clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he could not help but sigh when it turned out to be true. Currently, he was attacking with all his might. Alas, he was still unable to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors. Although my son Saint Origin has reached the critical point of the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I can't unleash the full strength of my Saint Origin since I'm not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In fact, he had already noticed this when he tried to raise his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he had raised his Saint Origin to that level, he could not unleash the full strength of his Saint Origin. When a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would his Saint Origin improve, but his comprehension of heaven and earth would also improve. It sounded extremely mysterious, but it wasn't completely without reason. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Some people might think that the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form because powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had to undergo the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, this was a huge mistake. Although the Celestial Ascension tribulation was one of the reasons the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form, it was not the only reason. There was a process for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. This process was based on one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level would one be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Otherwise, even if one's Saint Origin had reached the critical point, one would not be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. If he could not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he would not be able to pass the tribulation, let alone become an eminent celestial. In the process of comprehending heaven and earth, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to use their Saint Origin with ease. This was the use of Saint Qi that transcended martial arts and divine abilities. It was also because of this. The strength of the Saint Origin cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Duan Lingtian who was a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were on a completely different level. During the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tang Xian's Saint Origin definitely didn't reach the critical point. And his martial arts moves and divine abilities won't be stronger than mine. However, even so, the strength he displayed at that time was far superior to my full-strength attack. The reason why this happened is because he has become more and more proficient in using his Saint Qi through perceiving this world, allowing him to control his own Saint Qi like an extension of his own body, far surpassing my current level. Duan Lingtian had personally witnessed the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That battle was still vivid in his mind. For this reason, he could clearly see the difference in strength between him and Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. If my cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage instead of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would have been able to slightly comprehend heaven and earth. The force of my earlier attack wouldn't have merely caused a small ripple in their defenses. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he looked at the defensive light shield around the three great guardian warriors. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to comprehend heaven and earth. For this reason, no matter how much Duan Lingtian sighed, it did not change the fact that he was unable to comprehend heaven and earth. Boy from the Human Devil clan, go ahead and use your assist-type divine ability while it's still in effect. Otherwise, you might not be able to withstand a single attack from the three of us once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. One of the three great guardian warriors said mockingly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Human Devil clan to have someone like you. Even Xing Yuanba, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, is no match for you. Unfortunately, even if you're stronger than Xing Yuan Ba, you're going to die here today. The other two great guardian warriors looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly as well. Due to Duan Ling Tian's earlier attack, the defensive light shield that was shrouded in devil qi had dimmed slightly, but it was not as obvious as before. It was obvious the defensive light shield did not deplete much of its energy after withstanding Duan Ling Tian's attack. Upon hearing the three great guardian warriors' words, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. "It seems like all of you think you can defeat me," Duan Ling Tian said calmly as soon as he opened his eyes. It was as though he was not affected by the three great guardian warriors' words at all. Nothing could be more calm than this. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's calmness had shocked the three great guardian warriors as well. However, they were only taken aback for a moment before the sneer on their faces deepened. "You're just bluffing. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because of this? Ridiculous." When the three great guardian warriors spoke again, their voices were filled with disdain. "Your wishful thinking is pretty good," Li Yao said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of the three great guardian warriors' disdain and ridicule. His tone was still very calm. "If I continue to attack with all my strength, I might be able to break through your defense after a while. However, by that time, the effect of my assist-type divine ability would have worn off. My saint origin would have been reduced to its original state." Duan Lingtian's words destroyed the three great guardian warriors' thoughts. "However, have you thought about this? If I escape with my current saint origin, will you be able to catch up with me?" Duan Lingtian continued to ask in a mocking tone. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the three great guardian warriors were stunned for a moment before their expressions darkened. As twins, the three of them worked together. Their strongest technique was their defensive technique, followed by their offensive technique. Their only weakness was their speed. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to escape now, he could easily escape with his life. They would not be able to use their strength at all. Cowards. Sure enough, human devils are all cowards. Human devil brat, you're really a disgrace to the human devil clan. How dare you try to escape? Coward. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the three great guardian warriors became anxious. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. They wanted to provoke Duan Lingtian so he would lose his mind and stay behind. Only then would they have a chance to kill the human devil brat. If the human devil brat escaped, they could only watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do. Humph. How could Duan Lingtian not see through the three great guardian warriors' little tricks? The three of you don't have to provoke me. Although I can escape now, I won't. It's because the three of you aren't qualified to make me escape. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his words were as clear as day. The three great guardian warriors were also stunned by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from to actually dare to say such a thing. I have to say, the defensive technique the three of you cast when you join forces is very strong. It's so strong that even an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to break through it in a short time. Before the three great guardian warriors could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian continued to speak before the three great guardian warriors could react. Unfortunately, all of you met me today. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stone tablet with a chipped corner appeared in his hand. When the stone tablet first appeared, it looked simple and unadorned. Apart from the ancient and complicated words carved on it, there was nothing eye-catching about it. All of a sudden, whoosh! 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 Along with the soft sound, the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Ling Tian's hand suddenly emitted a vast and majestic devil qi. Demonic qi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the dome of heaven. All of this was caused by Duan Ling Tian activating the Sun Saint qi in his body and fusing it into the stone tablet. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet would react so strongly when I infused it with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's reaction, it shouldn't be a problem for it to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors. At first, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the stone tablet's reaction. However, a moment later, he came back to his senses and revealed a smile. Demonic qi surged from the Devil Seal tombstone as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that, within the demonic qi that soared into the sky, there were bolts of purple lightning that flashed like purple divine dragons. The purple lightning bolts were surrounded by an even more profound devil qi that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as though the lightning bolts had an extraordinary origin. The stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that had not appeared in a long time. The 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar-Devil clan noticed the devil qi surging from the Devil Seal tablet. The disdain on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. The stone tablet in the human devil's hand gave them a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Chapter 2260. All of a sudden, whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, flew out of Duan Lingtian's hand. It hovered in the air as the devil qi surged. The purple lightning that connected heaven and earth became even more terrifying. Even Duan Ling Tian himself did not expect this to happen. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not help but be stunned. At that moment, a gentle energy surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and pushed his hand away without hurting it. The Devil Seal tablet had also regained its freedom at that moment. The Devil Seal tablet that had regained its freedom hovered in the air. The devil qi that rose from it became even more majestic and majestic. From afar, it looked like a pillar that was burning with black flames. In just a blink of an eye, a change occurred. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by waves of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, the soaring demonic aura that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly gathered and squeezed together. Finally, it descended from the sky and entered the demon's sealing tablet. In just a blink of an eye, the devil qi on the Devil Seal tablet surged. Rolling shockwaves swept out in all directions with the Devil Seal tablet as the center. Boom! 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 The shockwaves caused by the surging devil qi on the Devil Seal tablet set off a series of thunderous explosions. At the same time, it stirred up a violent wind that seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. At the same time, the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar-Devil clan who were protected by the defensive light shield could clearly sense the strange aura. The aura from the tablet with a missing corner that was hovering in front of the human devil boy was so strong that it caused their souls to tremble. It was as though they would not be able to escape from the aura even if they fled to the ends of the world. This is the Devil Seal tablet? At this moment, no matter how slow the 3 great guardian warriors were, they could guess what the tablet with a missing corner that caused their souls to tremble was. It was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, which was used to restrain the Devil clan. When the expressions of the 3 great guardian warriors changed drastically, the demonic qi on the Devil Seal tombstone surged as it shot out with a terrifying momentum. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, before the 3 guardian deities could react, the Devil Seal tombstone had already smashed into the defensive light shield around them. The defensive light barrier was the most powerful technique that the three great guardian warriors could cast. It could even withstand the full-powered attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Even though Duan Lingtian had used all his strength just now, he had only managed to create a small ripple on the surface. And now... boom! 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 After the Devil Seal tombstone smashed into the defensive light barrier, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was as if the tombstone wouldn't stop. During this process, the defensive light shield that the three King Kongs of the Boar Demon clan relied on to survive was as vulnerable as a clay chicken or a pottery dog. The defensive technique that the three great guardian warriors cast was like a joke in front of the Devil Seal tombstone. No. 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 Seeing how the Devil Seal tombstone easily destroyed their defensive means, the pupils of the three great guardian deities constricted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but let out waves of extremely anxious low roars. Run! The same thought appeared in the three great guardian warriors' minds at the same time. At this time, other than this thought, they couldn't think of anything else. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat had the Devil Seal tablet. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat could use it. After all, the Devil Seal tombstone was the bane of the devil clans and devil cultivators. They would only suffer backlash if they used the Devil Seal tombstone. Trying to escape? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sneer when he saw the three great guardian warriors trying to flee in different directions. How could three mere devils at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage escape from the Devil Seal tombstone? The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions rang in the air. The Devil Seal tombstone had destroyed the three great guardian warriors before they could even make a move. After the Devil Seal tombstone was in its hands, the devil chi around it vanished and returned to its original appearance. It looked harmless. On the other hand, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were lifeless as though they had lost their souls. Indeed, they had lost their souls. Their souls had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. As for whether they were sealed within the Devil Seal tombstone or destroyed, only the Devil Seal tombstone knew. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian made his way to the corpses of the three great guardian warriors. After collecting their spatial rings, he began to devour their innate spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual roots were dependent on one's soul, the Devil Seal tombstone had only targeted the three great guardian warriors' souls and did not touch their innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's ability to devour their innate spiritual roots. As expected, their innate spiritual roots are blue. When Duan Lingtian devoured the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors, he discovered the three great guardian warriors possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Moreover, their innate spiritual roots were blue. Their innate spiritual roots are enough to help my innate spiritual root break through to the next grade. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. After a while, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process of devouring the innate spiritual roots. Therefore, he did not encounter any problems and everything went smoothly. Now is the time. When the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. At the same time, the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had already reached the critical point. It was only half a step away from transforming into a black innate spiritual root. Now that the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors had merged with Duanlingtian's innate spiritual root, it instantly helped Duanlingtian's innate spiritual root to cross the final step and transform successfully. Black innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duanlingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Ha 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 ha, Duanlingtian was in a good mood when he saw his innate spiritual root had finally transformed into the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed is now after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. While Duanlingtian was trying to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, something happened. Before he could sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, another accident occurred. Boom! 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 Before Duanlingtian could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his body, a series of deafening claps of thunder resonated from the clouds above his head. It sounded as though the thunder god was roaring. What happened? For this reason, Duanlingtian did not continue to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the horizon. When the spiritual qi of heaven and earth near Duanlingtian dissipated, Duanlingtian could clearly see, above his head, the clouds in all directions moved. Dark clouds appeared one after another, and their colors became increasingly dark. Purple electric snakes could be vaguely seen moving within, giving people a hair-raising feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the purple electric serpents were actually bolts of purple lightning that were coiling around the dark clouds that were becoming darker and darker in color. This is a heavenly tribulation. The scene before his eyes reminded Duanlingtian of the heavenly tribulation he had overcome when he was still on the mortal continent. At that time, the heavenly tribulation he underwent was called the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation that every powerhouse at the peak of the nascent soul stage had to face after breaking through to the void stage. Once one entered the void stage, one would be able to fly. To a certain extent, it was considered heaven-defying. Therefore, the heavens would send the heavenly tribulation as punishment. In the mundane realm, there are three types of heavenly tribulation. The first type is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. The second type is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. As for the third type, it's the celestial ascension tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Duanlingtian thought to himself. Don't tell me this is the heavenly tribulation that I've attracted after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? After all, after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. It's also heaven-defying. Duanlingtian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. After all, it was impossible. If the 7th form of the saint celestial stage would attract the heavenly tribulation, it's impossible that I don't know about it. Not only did I not hear about it, but I didn't know about it as well. I didn't even know about it through shortcuts. However, if it's not because I've broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, what is it? Chapter 2261. Boom. 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 Duanlingtian was still puzzled when a deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky above him. Within Duanlingtian's line of sight, dark clouds had already gathered high up in the sky. It gave off a feeling as though the dark clouds were pressing down on the city and it was about to fall. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds. Not only were there more and more of them, but they seemed to have become thicker as well. If the purple lightning bolts from before were like little purple snakes, they were now like little purple snakes. However, the purple lightning bolts now were like thick purple pythons. These purple pythons rolled around in the dark clouds. They would flash from time to time, and the purple light would shine so brightly that it was blinding. This heavenly tribulation seems to be quite powerful. Although the heavenly tribulation had yet to take form, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense how terrifying it was. It was much more powerful than the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation he had experienced in the past. If they were to compare, the difference would be like heaven and earth. It was like heaven and earth. If it's not because of my cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that attracted the heavenly tribulation, there's only one possibility. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian remembered the heavenly tribulation had appeared when he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps, this was not a coincidence. A black innate spiritual root can be considered as a heaven-defying innate spiritual root. It must be because my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root that the heavens sent the heavenly tribulation. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. At the same time, Duan Lingtian put away the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, that was still hovering in the air. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that were still growing and the lightning bolts that looked like purple pythons. I wonder, how powerful is this heavenly tribulation? In the face of the impending heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in front of him was unknown. The unknown was also the scariest, as Duan Lingtian waited anxiously. The heavenly tribulation that came out of nowhere finally finished brewing. Of course, it was not that Duan Lingtian was looking for trouble and waiting for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. It was just that no matter where he went now, the tribulation clouds that were brewing the heavenly tribulation in the sky would follow him. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. After the heavenly tribulation was formed, the number of tribulation clouds in the sky did not continue to increase. However, the bolts of lightning that kept rolling around the tribulation clouds like purple pythons seemed to be getting more and more violent. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of thunder that Duan Lingtian had never heard before became more frequent. In the end, the frequency of the thunder was almost comparable to the frequency of firecrackers. It's coming. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian, who had his eyes fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, felt a jolt in his heart. At the same time, his eyes could not help but narrow. Almost as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky and reverberated between heaven and earth. It sounded like the roar of the thunder god. The earth seemed to tremble violently as if it had triggered an earthquake. Whoosh! Along with the explosion, a purple lightning bolt that was as thick as a child's body appeared. When the lightning bolt struck, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. The heavenly tribulation had officially arrived. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the first tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not sit there and wait for his death. He quickly cast a few techniques. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, in an attempt to dodge the tribulation lightning. Although the tribulation lightning did not give him a sense of danger, he was more than willing to dodge it if he could. As someone who had undergone the 6-9 heavenly tribulation before, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew the tribulation lightning of the heavenly tribulation was more powerful than the previous one. If he could preserve his strength, he would be more than happy to deal with the tribulation lightning later on. In comparison, the consumption of Saint Origin by using his movement divine ability was not as much as attacking directly. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, seemed to have transformed into a swift and agile bird as he constantly flew in the air to avoid the tribulation lightning that was surging toward him. However, that tribulation lightning seemed to have grown eyes. No matter where Duan Ling Tian went, it would chase after him. It was as though it would not give up until it caught up to him. It seems like I can't dodge it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized it was impossible for him to avoid the tribulation lightning, so he decided to stop moving and dodging. After stopping, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand as his Sun Saint Origin surged and condensed. Finally, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword ray. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword ray was formed, Duan Ling Tian casually tossed it out. It left a sword mark in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! The brief howl of the sword resounded out abruptly, and then a sword light tore through the sky and moved to greet the tribulation lightning that approached menacingly. Whoosh! 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 When the sword ray collided with the tribulation lightning, it did not make a loud noise. However, the sound of friction between the two forces was enough to hurt one's eardrums. There was no doubt the tribulation lightning was powerful. Although this was only the first tribulation lightning that Duan Ling Tian was facing, it was not weak at all. It was not any weaker than the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian merely formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint Origin and activated the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and easily destroyed the tribulation lightning. The sword beam pierced through the sky, piercing through the tribulation lightning from head to toe and destroying it. The first tribulation lightning was destroyed. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand the first tribulation lightning, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his expression turned even grimmer. The first tribulation lightning is already so powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second tribulation lightning is comparable to the attack of a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These are only the first two tribulation lightning. The subsequent tribulation lightning will only get stronger. Will I be able to withstand it in the end? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, not only did he have a solemn expression on his face, but even his eyes were filled with worry. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, reverberating between heaven and earth. The commotion was extremely great. Boom! Suddenly, another earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. What followed was the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The second tribulation lightning was much thicker than the first tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was as thick as a child's body. The second tribulation lightning was as thick as an adult woman's body. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, it was much stronger than the first tribulation lightning. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint Origin again. He used the same technique to attack the tribulation lightning. However, this time, his attack was evenly matched with the tribulation lightning. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's sword ray was exhausted. However, the tribulation lightning seemed to have endless energy as it continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. The tribulation lightning was ferocious as though it could destroy everything in the world. The strength of the second tribulation lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary martial cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn. Although he had only used his Sun Saint origin to deal with the tribulation lightning, his current Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, he was still unable to block the second tribulation lightning. It was only natural that he had not used his full strength. However, the might of the second bolt of lightning still managed to shock him to a certain extent. Furthermore, it was quite a shock. Whoosh! Faced with the ferocious tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The Sun Saint origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray again. Swoosh! Although it was the same technique as before, it seemed as though he had the help of the gods when he swung his sword. Whether it was its speed or its strength, it had increased by more than one level. Duan Lingtian had used his full strength. The outcome was different from before. This sword ray successfully destroyed the second tribulation lightning. After the second tribulation lightning, the third tribulation lightning struck. Its strength was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and barely withstood the third tribulation lightning. The fourth tribulation lightning was even more powerful. It was comparable to the full-force attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This time, Duan Lingtian quickly moved to different locations. He used the elementary devouring tactic to raise his Sun Saint origin to its maximum before he was able to destroy the fourth tribulation lightning. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The fifth tribulation lightning had arrived. This tribulation lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if I use all my techniques, I'm afraid I can only barely withstand it. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he sensed the strength of the fifth tribulation lightning. He had used all his techniques, but he could only barely withstand the tribulation lightning. Chapter 2262. After the demons from the land of exile entered the Debussii subterranean, they would usually gather together and occupy an area as their own territory. In this territory, there were also places similar to gathering places. Take the human devil saint city of the human devil clan for example. More than half of the human devil clan's experts were gathered there. The strongest forces of the human devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls, were all in the human devil saint city. It was the same for the boar demons. The gathering place of the pig demon clan was located in a vast valley. The 3 most powerful tribes of the pig demon clan were located in 3 different directions of the valley. The 3 most powerful tribes in the boar demon clan were the black boar tribe, the thunder boar tribe, and the red boar tribe. The boar demons of the black boar tribe had strong physical bodies and were skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The boar devils of the thunder boar tribe were not Tao cultivators due to their physiques, but they were able to summon heavenly lightning to assist them in battle. The boar devils of the red boar tribe knew how to go berserk. Once they went berserk, their blood would surge to the sky, and their bodies would turn red. The 3 strongest people in the boar devil clan, the 3 patriarchs of the boar devil clan, were from these 3 tribes. They were also the leaders of these 3 tribes. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, 3 ear-piercing swishing noises burst out, breaking the silence of the boar demon clan. It was the black boar tribe, the thunder boar tribe, and the red boar tribe. Each of them had a figure breaking through the air. Their speed was so fast that it was like a ghost. They were heading toward the center of the boar devil clan's gathering place. That was where the great altar of the Boar Devil clan was located. Apart from the human devil clan, all the major devil clans had their own beliefs. Their faith was basically based on their ancestors. Moreover, no matter where the devil race moved to, they would build a large altar and carve a statue of their ancestor on the altar as a form of worship. The great altar of the Boar Devil clan occupied a vast area. There was another altar at the center of the great altar. A tall and burly figure stood on the altar in a bow stance. He held a trident in one hand while his index and middle fingers pointed to the sky with the other hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the sky. It was as though he was the ruler of the world with the trident in his hand. His head was a pig's head. Clearly, he was also a Boar Devil. He was the ancestor of the Boar Devil clan, the existence that the Boar Devil clan worshipped for generations. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 more figures appeared in the sky above the great altar as 3 sonic booms approached from afar. The clans Boar Devil clans Black was Black Boar of the Boar Devil clan of the Boar Black was Boar Black Black Boar. Boar of the Boar Devil Boar Boar. As the leader of the Black Boar tribe, his tanned body was also filled with explosive muscles that seemed to contain endless power. The other figure had a medium build and fair skin. He also had the head of a pig and the body of a man. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a purple lightning mark on the Boar Devil's forehead. If one looked carefully and seriously, they would find that, within this purple lightning mark, there were strands of purple light flickering. It was as if tiny bolts of purple lightning were moving rhythmically. The Boar Devil was the leader of the Boar Devil clan's Thunder Boar tribe. He was also one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It was worth mentioning that the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was also holding a purple crutch. It was unknown what material the crutch was made of, but it was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. The last figure was fat, with a fat head and big ears, which made his eyes look very small. His skin was more normal compared to the 2 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. He looked like most Boar Devils. He was the leader of the Red Boar tribe, the last patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. Usually, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan would stay in their respective tribes. However, at this moment, all of them were gathered in one place. Furthermore, judging from their current expressions, they were exceptionally grave and ugly. What had happened for them to react in such a manner? All of you noticed as well. After the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered, the leader of the Black Boar tribe was the first to speak. His voice was as loud as thunder. I have their soul pearls as well. As long as I'm not in closed-door cultivation, I'll be able to find out immediately if something happens to them. I'm sure all of you are in the same situation, the leader of the Boar Devil clan said. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a deep voice. The purple cane in his hand flashed with a purple light, and it became stronger and stronger. It seemed as though something was brewing. The former patriarch entrusted the 3 of them to us. Although he didn't allow us to interfere with their growth, he did ask us to take care of them. I didn't expect something would happen to them here instead of in the land of exile. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said coldly, I'd like to see who dares to kill the former patriarch's 3 grandsons. As soon as the leader of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, he made his move again. When he raised his hand, the air shook as an invisible energy surged out. Along with the invisible energy, a pile of fragments appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would see the fragments of the soul orb. Moreover, based on the number of fragments, there was more than one soul orb. I'll help you. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a low voice as he shook his walking stick. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his walking stick and entered the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor in the middle of the great altar. In just an instant, the purple light on the statue shone brightly before it converged in the statue's eyes and shot out two beams of purple light that looked like two lasers. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the two beams of purple light made contact with the soul orb fragments, it shone brightly again. In the next moment, clear images appeared in the void and were reflected in the eyes of the three patriarchs of the Boar Demon clan. The images kept changing in their eyes. The mirror images were the scenes of Duan Ling Tian fighting the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil clan could also use the formation that had been passed down since ancient times. It was similar to the mirror image talisman in the human world. The formation was hidden in the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor. It's the Human Devil clan. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian. They were furious. How dare you? How dare you? The Human Devil clan dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Boar Devil clan? Damn it! Damn it! The Human Devil clan must give us an explanation for this. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were furious when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Something's not right. He doesn't seem to be a match for the three patriarchs. Could it be that they were killed by the Human Devil clan's powerhouses after he lured them away? The scene of Duan Ling Tian fleeing from the three great guardian warriors appeared in front of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe frowned when he saw this. The other two patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were skeptical about this as well. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. After Duan Ling Tian raised his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his assist-type divine ability, the three great guardian warriors were forced to defend themselves. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak from the beginning? Naturally, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were shocked when they saw this. He's not pretending to be weak. He's stalling for time to raise his strength. Look at his Saint Origin, it's constantly increasing from the beginning until the moment he counterattacked. He must have cast some assist-type divine ability to raise his Saint Origin. Based on his Saint Origin, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Saint Origin of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan discovered this as they discussed among themselves. Naturally, they were shocked when they discovered this. There's actually such an assist-type divine ability in this world? It's not that there's such an assist-type divine ability in this world, but when did the Human Devil clan have such a powerhouse? Although he's relying on his assist-type divine ability, his strength is not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it's impossible for him to kill the three of them. You have to know that even the three of us can't break through their defenses in a short period of time. That's right. With their defenses, they should be able to hold on until the effects of his assist-type divine ability wear off. While the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were puzzled, the scene before them changed a few times. In the end, they finally found out the truth. How did the three grandchildren of the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan die in the hands of this Human Devil brat? The Devil Seal Tablet? The Super Saint Weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet? How did the Devil Seal Tablet end up in the hands of a Human Devil brat? Even if he's from the Wandering Saint Palace and doesn't have the bloodline of the Devil clans, he's still a Devil cultivator. Just like the Devil clans, Devil cultivators can't use the Devil Seal Tablet. Did we make a mistake from the beginning? Perhaps he's not a Human Devil from the Human Devil clan, but a human from the Saint Province realm? Human? That's right. He must be a human. He must be a human. Chapter 2263. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the Super Saint Weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps more than 90% of the demons thought that the Devil Seal tombstone was a 10,000 inscription saint artifact inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master tens of thousands of years ago. However, they were 100% certain. The Devil Seal tombstone was definitely not a super saint artifact inscribed by a human immortal grade saint inscription master. This was because during the end of the human devil era, the Devil Seal tablet had appeared in a domineering manner and killed many powerhouses from the devil clans and devil cultivators. The souls of the devils and devil cultivators with weaker cultivations were directly destroyed, while the souls of those with stronger cultivations were suppressed and sealed by the Devil Seal tombstone. Even among the demons, not many knew about this secret. However, this secret was passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan. It was passed down by the patriarch through word of mouth. That human celestial grade saint inscription master is merely a weakling who hasn't even broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. How can he inscribe a super saint weapon that can kill eminent celestials? Whenever the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan heard their clansmen talking about how the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was forged by a human celestial grade saint inscription master, they scoffed at their clansmen's words. However, this was a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan, so they did not dare to reveal it to anyone. Even if this matter was leaked, it wouldn't have any substantial impact on the Boar Demon clan. However, a secret was a secret. How could a secret passed down by their ancestors be leaked so easily? In a sense, the Devil Seal tablet can be considered as the first super saint weapon in the Saint Province realm. As for the 9-10,000 inscription saint weapons, they must have been created by that human celestial grade saint inscription master. This was the conjecture of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. However, what they didn't know was that, even the other 9 super saint weapons were not created by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. As for the other 9 super saint weapons, the super saint sword, the 9-cloud sword, was created by the sword saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. The reason the human celestial grade saint inscription master was able to inscribe the other 8 super saint weapons was because of the 9-cloud sword. The Devil Seal tablet can help a person enter the devil path and become a devil cultivator. However, it's impossible for a devil clansman or devil cultivator to control it, let alone use it against an enemy. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, they did not think the purple-clad young man in the mirror image was a devil cultivator from the human devil clan who had entered the devil path through the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Because it was impossible. Based on what they knew, the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared many times before they invaded the Saint Province realm. In that case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clothed young man in the mirror image before him was a powerhouse among humans. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the mirror image disappeared after the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were killed. Didn't they say that after the Dao Martial Saint land of the Saint Province realm was split into 2, there were no more powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage in the lower province? How did such a variable appear? Moreover, he has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said with a grave expression on his face. It's not just that. When the human devil clan's vanguard arrived, it seemed like they wanted to conquer the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, more than half of their people died, and many were injured. It said that the 2 people who attacked them were devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. Apart from the 2 powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion, there's also a rumor that a mad sword devil appeared in the northern part of the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, several devil clans' powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were killed by him. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said, it said that the mad sword devil is a human devil cultivator. Moreover, the sword in his hand seems to be the famous Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Saint Province realm. I've heard of the Mad Sword Devil as well. It's said that he's not normal at all. When he's normal, he calls himself Su Li. When he's not normal, he'll kill without hesitation. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. The Mad Sword Devil, Su Li, is much stronger than the 2 devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage from the Azure Cloud Mansion. I think he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the chiefs of the Red Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement. However, the most terrifying person is the purple-clad young man who appeared in the mirror image earlier. Perhaps, he's not much stronger than the Mad Sword Devil, Su Li, but he has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said solemnly, the Devil Seal Tablet is the bane of our devil clans. Let alone the 3 grandsons of the old patriarch, even if the 3 of us join forces, we might not be able to kill the purple-clad young man. That's right. The chief of the Red Boar tribe sighed. Originally, we should go and collect their corpses. However, we're afraid of the purple-clad young man who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. That's why we don't dare to go over recklessly. Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, based on his grim expression, one could see he was also afraid of the purple-clad young man. However, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were unaware that the Devil Seal Tablet was incomplete. Currently, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was incomplete. It might not even be able to kill devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had killed many eminent celestials in the devil clans and devil cultivators during the human devil era. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware that the situation had changed. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were aware of his existence and confirmed his identity as a human. It was to the extent that he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. After all, if the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan joined forces, even Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet. It would be fine if he could kill them, but if he couldn't, the one who would die in the end would be him. This was because the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had found out about the death of the 3 great guardian warriors the moment Duan Ling Tian killed them. They immediately gathered near the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor at the Great Altar. For this reason, when they saw the mirror image of Duan Ling Tian killing the 3 great guardian warriors, they sighed in awe and fear. Duan Ling Tian had just withstood the 4th bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation. After the 4th bolt of lightning, the 5th bolt of lightning struck. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as the 5th tribulation lightning struck. It locked onto Duan Ling Tian and charged toward him as though it was maggots that had attached itself to his bones. The strength of the 5th bolt of lightning was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He was even more cautious than when he was fighting the 3 great guardian warriors. Crack! 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 As the muscles on Duan Ling Tian's body bulged and were covered with a layer of dragon scales, his robe was torn apart, revealing his humanoid dragon body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had officially transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian's physical strength was much stronger than before. Of course, even though it couldn't be compared to before, the improvement wasn't too exaggerated. At the very least, it was not exaggerated to the extent that Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and attacked with all his might. He had already determined that even if he transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he would not be able to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors in a short time. For this reason, he did not transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, the most important reason was because he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If he did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he might have transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior to test his theory. Since he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, there was no need for him to test his theory. Let's not talk about how powerful the last heavenly tribulation is. I'll just have to deal with the fifth heavenly tribulation first. After transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cast aside all distracting thoughts before he made his move. In an instant, the pair of flaming wings on his back flapped violently. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, using the third stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Whoosh! 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 Apart from the saint origin, the divine ability, and the sword-wielding technique, Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength as a nine-clawed dragon warrior was also present. This was the strongest attack that Duan Lingtian could cast at this moment. Destroy. Chapter 2264. Destroy. Duan Lingtian's voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. It was deafening. Almost as soon as his voice left his mouth, the main body of the 1,000 inscription saint sword was like a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. It charged toward the fifth tribulation lightning with an unstoppable force. Before this, the fifth tribulation lightning had already depleted a portion of its energy due to the 1,000 inscription saint sword's clone. Before the tribulation clouds in the sky could replenish its energy, Duan Lingtian activated the main body of the 1,000 inscription saint sword. As the sword ray shot out, it collided with the fifth tribulation lightning. Instantly. Chi! 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 The sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian activated the 1,000 inscription saint sword with the imperial sword technique, and the fifth tribulation lightning began a fierce battle. Golden Crow's wings. During the battle, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. With a swift movement, he charged toward the tribulation lightning. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian made his move again at lightning speed. He blocked the energy from the tribulation clouds that were about to reach the fifth tribulation lightning. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest attack with the 1,000 inscription saint sword that was controlled by the sword-wielding art and the fifth tribulation lightning. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Boom! 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 After the sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air, earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It even drowned out the rumbling of thunder in the sky. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Some of the shockwaves collided with each other and even created mushroom clouds that could be seen clearly. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, in the void, a strong wind swept in all directions, directly uprooting the flowers and trees in the huge valley. The scene looked very chaotic. The huge valley looked as if it had just been robbed. Finally, the gale lasted for about 5 to 6 breaths of time before calming down. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the end, he successfully withstood the fifth tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 Just as Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of thunder continued to ring in his ears. It was as if it was reminding him that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet, and that the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning was about to descend. Immediately, Duan Ling Tian shuddered and came back to his senses. His expression, which had just relaxed, tightened once more, as if he was facing a great enemy. If the fifth tribulation lightning is already so terrifying, then the sixth tribulation lightning will definitely be even more terrifying. How am I supposed to defend myself now? Looking at the tribulation clouds flashing in the sky, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness and even a faint trace of despair. He, who had been watching the changes in the tribulation clouds in the sky, suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank, and the solemn look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. This was because, just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with despair, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse gradually. The sound of thunder, which was still ringing in the sky, gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. The scene in front of him made Duan Ling Tian unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This was because everything in front of him had happened too suddenly. The heavenly tribulation actually ended just like that? The heavenly tribulation he faced today was only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning? After about a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fear still lingered in his heart. What a false alarm. I didn't expect there to only be 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, let alone the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, even the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning would be enough to kill me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only rejoice in his heart. Even if there were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, he would definitely die. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, allowing him to pass through it successfully. If this heavenly tribulation is really caused by my innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root, then the danger I have to face after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root is too terrifying, right? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Based on the heavenly tribulation earlier, if one's cultivation base hasn't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one wouldn't be able to pass through it. Initially, I planned to help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. However, it seems like I can't rush it now. Otherwise, I'll only put Kerr in danger. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that there was no other choice. Even if he wanted to help his wife, Kerr, improve her innate spiritual root, he would have to wait until Kerr was strong enough to pass through the heavenly tribulation earlier. Otherwise, it would only put Kerr in danger. However, Si Ling also has a black innate spiritual root. Why didn't she attract the heavenly tribulation when she cultivated? It must be because she was born with a black innate spiritual root that she didn't attract the heavenly tribulation. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Now that I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the black innate spiritual root, I shouldn't attract the heavenly tribulation anymore, right? Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy again. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings stirred and surged toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed before it merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. After Duan Ling Tian cast the cultivation method, the 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, and guided the heaven and earth spirit energy to circulate in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy became a part of his saint origin. How fast! Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. My current cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. It's even faster than when I was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After testing out his current cultivation speed, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with astonishment. After the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised. With the help of his black innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the Wuxia subterranean was much faster than when he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What did this mean? This meant his cultivation speed was on a completely different level from before. When I was still in the upper province, I was in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devils. With the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I spent 3 years in the outside world to raise my cultivation base to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I had my current innate talent back then, I'm afraid it would only take me about 2 years to raise my cultivation speed in the lower province. After all, the cultivation environment in the Wuxia subterranean was far inferior to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, based on Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he was confident he would be able to catch up to the time he spent in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and 3 years of hard work in the outside world in just 2 years. In other words, currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed in the lower province was much faster than when he was in the upper province with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No wonder I attracted the heavenly tribulation. The black innate spiritual root is really heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. With my current innate talent, I should be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year if I cultivate in the Human Devil Saint City. I should be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 3 years. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he possessed the black innate spiritual root, the limit of the innate spiritual root. This is the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province. If I cultivate in the upper province, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the cultivation environment there. Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought of this. When he had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was confident he would be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the help of the black innate spiritual root. What did this mean? With Si Ling's innate talent, even if her innate spiritual root doesn't shine brightly in the beginning, her cultivation speed will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even in the end, her cultivation speed won't slow down due to the increase in her cultivation base. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I'm sure she'll be able to break through the bottlenecks easily. As for the extra time it takes, it's nothing compared to the time it takes for ordinary people to break through. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to his daughter's improvement in her cultivation base. After all, his daughter was a monstrous genius who was born with a black innate spiritual root. It's time for me to return to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the Boar Devil Clan's territory where the 3 great guardian warriors cultivated. However, he was unaware that he had already left the Human Devil Saint City. His identity as a human had been exposed to the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It would not take long. Chapter 2265. After Duan Lingtian left the Boar Devil clan's territory and returned to the Human Devil clan's territory, he made his way to the Human Devil Saint City. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering noises could be heard coming from a barren mountain in the northwestern part of the Wuxia subterranean. Along with the loud noise, there was also a vast amount of energy that shook the barren mountain. Dust and sand filled the air, obstructing one's vision. If one looked up, they would be able to see, high up in the sky, there were 4 figures fighting. Among the 4 figures, 3 of them were very short and small. They looked like 3 human children, about 8 or 9 years old. 2 of the children were girls and 1 was a boy. The 2 little girls looked like they were carved from jade and were very cute. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in gold. The remaining little boy had a cold expression on his face, but he was dressed in black, which matched his temperament very well. At this moment, the 3 children were fighting with a humongous figure. This was a gigantic creature with a sturdy and tall body. It stood there like a small mountain. In front of it, the 3 children appeared very small, like ants. The humongous figure had a human-like body, but its head was that of a huge ox. It was a member of the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile. It was a bona fide ox devil. If we don't revert to our true forms, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. The white-clad little girl was like a little fairy as she spoke to the gold-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy through voice transmission. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Based on her words, one could tell she was not a human. Whether it was her, the gold-clad little girl or the black-clad little boy, none of them were human. Let's try again. If we really can't do it, we'll revert to our true forms and kill him. The gold-clad little girl said through voice transmission. Unlike the fairy-like white-clothed little girl, the golden-clothed little girl's personality was a little jumpy, and the moment she opened her mouth, she said, "Fuck." As for the little boy in black, he did not utter a word. However, his eyes turned increasingly cold as he looked at Nyo 3 soft and tender little things. "Today, I, your grandpa ox, am going to eat you." Bull Demon said with a sinister smile as he stared at the 3 children in front of him like an eagle catching chicks in its claws. "Humph. If you want to eat us, we'll have to see if you have the ability." The little girl in gold snorted coldly and said disdainfully. "Good, good, good, very good. Since you want to see Grandpa Nyo's abilities so much, Grandpa Nyo will let you have a good look." The bull demon was enraged by the little girl's provocation. With a loud roar, the Saint Chi in his body soared, and his demon Chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the heavens. Even the little girl's expression turned grim when she saw how enraged the bull demon was and how he was unleashing all of his power without holding back. The white-clothed little girl was the same. The black-clad little boy was the only one who did not seem to be affected by the bull devil's outburst. His expression was still as cold as before. Boom! Just as the bull demon's huge body trembled and a deafening explosion sounded in the air, he was about to attack the 3 children. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, a sinister and cold aura swept across the area in just a blink of an eye. Not only did the 3 children's expressions change, but even the bull demon's body stiffened. Although the sinister and cold aura was not targeted at them, it still sent chills down their spines. For a moment, whether it was the 3 children or the enormous ox demon, they all tacitly stopped their confrontation and looked towards the source of the wind sound. When they looked in the direction of the sound, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man dressed in blood-red robes. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his messy hair was draped over his shoulders and back. He was holding a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes that seemed to be glowing with blood. It sent chills down the spines of those who looked at him. His robes seemed to be stained with blood. The little girl in gold gulped as she muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with dread. "What do you think?" At the same time, the little girl in gold asked her 2 companions. However, both of them ignored her. Little White? She could understand if the little boy in black ignored her. However, the little girl in white ignored her. She could not help but look at the little girl in white with a confused expression on her face. When she looked at the little girl in white, she saw the little girl in white staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. She glanced at the little boy in black and discovered he was also staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. Furthermore, the meaning behind their gazes was almost the same. There was doubt, hesitation, and disbelief in their eyes. What? What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the golden-clothed little girl was stunned. Don't tell me you know him, Su Li. Almost as soon as the golden-clothed little girl finished speaking, two exclamations sounded in unison. The little girl in white and the little boy in black who were staring at the young man in blood-red robes spoke. Su Li. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. The little girl in gold frowned and muttered to herself in confusion when she heard her companion's cries. Su Li. Su Li. When the young man in the blood-stained robe heard someone calling out Su Li's name, he immediately looked at the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. The bloody light in his eyes dimmed slightly. My name is Su Li. The young man in blood-red robes asked before he muttered to himself, I think my name is Su Li. He's Su Li, Brother Ling Tian's friend from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. But how did he become like this? The little girl in white stared at the young man in blood-red robes in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Although the young man in blood-red robes had lost some of his childishness, his overall appearance did not change much. Therefore, she recognized him with just a glance. He seems to be delirious. The little boy in black said with a solemn expression. The little girl in white and the little boy in black were the two little pythons by Duanlingtian's side, Little White and Little Black. Back then, when Duanlingtian entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, they had hidden in Duanlingtian's sleeve. Therefore, they knew very well who Duanlingtian was with. Su Li was a friend that Duanlingtian had made at that time. Whether it was Little White or Little Black, both of them had a deep impression of Su Li. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. Su Li. Brother Ling Tian's friend? At this moment, the little girl in gold regained her senses when she heard Little White and Little Black's words. She looked at the young man in blood-red robes nearby and muttered, It can't be. He's Brother Ling Tian's friend, Su Li. Why is he here? Moreover, he seems to be much stronger than us. A shocked expression appeared on the little girl's face when she reached the end of her sentence. The little girl in gold was none other than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Little Gold, who had followed Duanlingtian for a long time. She, Little Black, and Little White were originally brought to the upper province by Han Xuanai to be with the people from the Seven Absolute sect. However, they were sent back to the Debussy subterranean by Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, by the Oracle Man, Su Li. At the same time, horror dawned on the bull demon who was nearby when he heard the name. He looked at Su Li in horror. You're the mad sword demon, Su Li. Ox Demon glanced at the simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, and his expression abruptly changed. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were wondering why the bull demon reacted like a mouse when he heard Su Li's name. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The bull demon's saint origin surged again, and his devil chi soared into the sky. However, his next action stunned Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The bull demon had unleashed all his energy and fled into the distance. He was in a wretched state. He looked even more wretched than a mouse when it saw a cat. Huh! Almost at the same time that the ox demon fled, the blood-red light in Su Li's eyes, which had dimmed a little, suddenly surged once more. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Su Li disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black saw Su Li disappear from their sight. When Su Li disappeared, he reappeared in the path of the Bull Devil as if he had teleported. He's so powerful. Naturally, they knew Su Li did not really know how to teleport. It was just that his speed was so fast that they could not capture his movements with their naked eyes. This was enough to prove that Su Li was not weak at all. Su Li's strength was far above theirs. What fortuitous encounter did Su Li have? His current strength. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Little Black could no longer maintain his cool composure. His face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Under Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black's gazes, the bull demon was cut into two by Su Li's sword. It died in just a blink of an eye. Immediately, the three of them could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Su Li vanished from his spot again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He was glaring at them fiercely. Chapter 2266. At this moment, Su Li's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Vast and majestic Saint Origin was on the verge of bursting out of his body. Devil Chi soared into the sky as though it had transformed into a gigantic sword that enveloped his entire body. It emitted waves of cold and sharp aura. In an instant, Xiao He and the other two regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they naturally realized the danger that was close at hand. Hey! Su Li, your brother Ling Tian's friend. You can't kill us. Feeling the rising killing intent on Su Li's body and realizing that Su Li could kill them at any time, Xiao Jin immediately spoke to Su Li in a panic. It was as though she was afraid that Su Li would kill them because he did not know about their relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? When Su Li heard Xiao Jin's words, the killing intent on his body paused again as he muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a little. It was as though the two words Ling Tian had some special and magical power. However, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes only dimmed for a moment before it surged again. The killing intent on his body that had slowed down rose again, and it was even stronger than before. Su Li. Our brother Ling Tian is called Duan Ling Tian. He's your friend. Could it be that you've forgotten about him? Back then, in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, in Paladin Academy, all of you were good friends. Have you forgotten all of this? Xiao Bai hurriedly added when she saw Su Li seem to have lost his mind again. Based on the situation earlier, she could tell that Su Li still remembered Su Li. She could tell that Su Li still remembered her brother Ling Tian. Of course, although she could tell, she was still slightly perturbed in her heart. She was deeply afraid that Su Li would really kill them. If Su Li really wanted to kill them, even if the three of them transformed into their true forms, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Now, she only hoped that Su Li would be able to think of her big brother Ling Tian in time, and for the sake of her big brother Ling Tian, he wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, they would be doomed today. At this moment, whether it was Little White, Little Gold, or Little Black, they all saw that there was something wrong with Su Li. At the very least, when the bloody light in his eyes surged, he had completely lost his mind. Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with blood-red light, did not seem like a human to the three of them. He seemed more like a devil. Moreover, it was the kind of devil that had gone mad and lost his mind. Hearing what Little White said to Su Li, both Little Gold and Little Black looked at Su Li with serious expressions. At this time, they could only pray in their hearts. Hopefully, Su Li would remember their big brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would really die here today. At this moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known Su Li would suddenly attack them, they would not have played with the bull devil earlier. Although they did not dare to say they could kill the bull devil in their true forms, it was still easy for them to escape unscathed from the bull devil. This time, they had completely lost their minds. If they were lucky enough to survive today, they would not dare to play with the bull devil again even if they were beaten to death. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Paladin Academy. Upon hearing Little White's words, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes that had just surged dimmed again. Moreover, the speed at which it dimmed this time was very fast. After a while, it had almost completely disappeared. As it turned out, Little White's words were effective. After the bloody light in his eyes faded, Su Li shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at the three little fellows in front of him. All of you. You know Duan Ling Tian? You even know about the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy? At this moment, Su Li had regained his senses. However, he did not recognize Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He's our big brother Ling Tian. Of course, we know him. Little Gold said matter-of-factly, I even heard him talk about you. All of you seem to have met each other in the Genius Camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Genius Camp. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Su Li's body trembled slightly. It was as though he had returned to his youth many years ago. The first time he met Duan Ling Tian was in the Iron Blood Army's camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. At that time, all of them had participated in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's assessment. At that time, the scene of Duan Ling Tian making a move was still vivid in Su Li's mind. The purple-clad young man's body was as agile as a snake. He swung his arm like a python swinging its tail and easily sent his opponent flying. He had passed the assessment. Just as Little White was about to say something to Su Li, she was interrupted by Su Li. No. Su Li's body trembled violently. His eyes that had returned to normal shone with a crimson light again. He roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He clenched his teeth as though he was resisting something. Oh, no! When Little White and the other two saw the crimson light in Su Li's eyes, horror dawned on their faces. I won't let you have your way again. When the crimson light in Su Li's eyes flickered, he roared again. The saint origin in his body surged out like a raging dragon. The devil chi skyrocketed. It made Su Li look like a peerless devil god. Whoosh! 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 When Little White and the other two were horrified, Su Li raised his hand. The Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, in his hand had already transformed into a sword ray that circled around his body. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Sword, come! As Su Li roared again, sword shadows appeared around his body. In the end, they transformed into hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body without any pattern. Each of these sword rays exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. Moreover, they were intertwined with cold devil chi. At the same time, the crimson light in Su Li's eyes skyrocketed again. Even if I, Su Li, die, I won't let you hurt Duan Lingtian's friends. Suddenly, Su Li roared again. Then, he controlled the hundreds and thousands of sword rays around his body and charged toward Su Li. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. In this world, there were not many people that Su Li cared about. His master was one, and Duan Ling Tian was another. He had already killed his master by mistake. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Duan Ling Tian in his life. They wanted him to kill Duan Ling Tian's friend? He would rather die. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same time when Su Li roared, the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around him seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed. They turned into a rain of swords and shot towards Su Li. After Su Li gave the order to the sword rays around him to kill him, the bloody light in his eyes rose again. Humph! In an instant, Su Li's aura changed. It was as though he had become a different person. At the same time, the saint origin that was intertwined with devil chi on his body soared. He hastily cast a defensive technique in an attempt to block the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that shot toward him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was also very weak. Although he managed to block a portion of the sword rays, a portion of the sword rays still penetrated his body after their strength was weakened, leaving bloody holes on his body. Nothing could surpass this. Ah! This scene caused Little White's expression to change drastically. She could not help but exclaim in shock. At the same time that she cried out in alarm, sparkling and translucent tears appeared in her eyes. Naturally, she could see Su Li's intention for doing this. For this reason, she was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Su Li. As for Little Gold and Little Black, they only realized Su Li's intention when Su Li injured himself to the point where he was riddled with holes. Their eyes turned red at once. Perhaps the pain on his body had stimulated Su Li, causing the bloody light in his eyes to dim a little. At this moment, Su Li seemed to have regained some of his rationality. Go! As blood flowed out of his body, Su Li looked at Little White and the other two with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he was using the last of his strength to ask them to leave. The moment his words left his mouth, the bloody light in his eyes soared again. His aura had changed again. The current Su Li seemed to have transformed into a different person. He no longer gave up on himself. He immediately cast a technique to stop the blood from gushing out of the wounds on his body. However, it was difficult for the wounds to heal immediately. Apart from that, the aura on his body was extremely weak. It was as though anyone could kill him at this moment. The heavily injured Su Li glanced at Little White and the other two with bloody eyes. In the end, he seemed to have realized that he might not be able to kill the three of them if he made a move now. However, due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. Now, I'm afraid even a devil would be able to kill him. Little White muttered to herself worriedly. Then, she looked at her two companions with a questioning look in her eyes. It was as though she was asking for their opinion on something. He'd rather die than hurt us. How can we watch him die in the hands of a devil? That's not my style. Little Gold said in a serious tone. Let's go. As for Xiaofan, he coolly spat out a single word before following Su Li. The current Su Li could be easily killed even if any one of the three of them were to make a move. The three of them had come to an agreement. They would follow Su Li and protect him. When Su Li's strength had recovered to the point where it was comparable to the three of them in their true forms, they would consider leaving him. Chapter 2267. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were chasing after Su Li, who was heavily injured and possessed by the devil. After Duanling Tian returned to the human devil Saint City, he returned to an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the entrance of the guest room, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the middle of the courtyard. The beautiful figure was alone. She was looking at him expectantly as though she was waiting for something. When she saw him appear, the beautiful eyes of the owner of the beautiful figure revealed a trace of excitement. Brother Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the room, the beautiful figure leaped into his arms like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. It was as though she was afraid of losing him. I'm back. Duanling Tian extended his hand and tightly hugged the beauty in his embrace before lightly patting her back as he spoke in a gentle voice. At this moment, he could feel the beauty in his arms longing for him. "Brother Tian, I don't want to be separated from you anymore." After being affectionate for a while, Kuer raised her head and looked at Duanling Tian as she spoke. Ker's beautiful face was covered in tears. It was obvious she had just cried. "Ker, why are you crying?" Duanling Tian's heart ached when he saw the tear stains on Ker's face. He hugged her again and did not let go for a long time. "Don't worry, I won't leave you again." Cough cough, just when the two of them seemed to have forgotten about the time, a few coughs sounded. It was Gan Ruyen who had walked out of her room. She did not know if she should pretend she did not see anything or return to her room. In the end, she gave both of them an appropriate reminder. Kuer immediately left Duanling Tian's embrace like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Her beautiful face was flushed red. At the same time, she turned around and greeted Gan Ruyen, "Sister." Duanling Tian's gaze also fell on Gan Ruyen, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now, the feeling that Gan Ruyen gave him was completely different from before. In that case, there was only one possibility. "You broke through?" Duanling Tian asked in surprise. "Yes." Gan Ruyen nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw Duanling Tian's shocked expression. The cultivation speed of a violet innate spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. Although the cultivation environment here is not as good as the upper province, with my current innate talent, my cultivation speed is much faster than when I was in the upper province. Previously, when Gan Ruyen had arrived in the lower province, she felt a little disappointed. She wondered when she would be able to return to the upper province. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was too bad. It would be a waste of her life to cultivate here. She did not expect she would have such a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Your innate spiritual root is not an ordinary violet innate spiritual root. It's a dark violet innate spiritual root. With such a dark violet innate spiritual root, it would be strange if your cultivation speed in the lower province is slower than when you only had an indigo innate spiritual root in the upper province. Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard Gan Ruyen's words. "This is because you're still in the lower province. If you're in the upper province now, with your current innate talent, your cultivation speed will be much faster under the Zoroastrianism." Duanling Tian added. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Gan Ruyen's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew what Gan Ruyen was looking forward to. However, he mercilessly dampened her enthusiasm. If the devil clans don't have a powerhouse who's skilled in formations to set up a new inter-province transportation formation, it'll be difficult for us to return to the upper province. As expected, the anticipation on Gan Ruyen's face disappeared when she heard Duanling Tian's words. It was replaced by disappointment. "However, you don't have to worry. Currently, the devil clans have almost gained a foothold in the lower province. It won't take long before they can no longer hold themselves back and set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, we'll be able to return to the lower province." While Gan Ruyen was feeling disappointed, Duanling Tian's words reignited the fire of hope in her. Gan Ruyen glared at Duanling Tian angrily. She suspected Duanling Tian was deliberately teasing her. Naturally, Duanling Tian was teasing her as well. Gan Ruyen had interrupted his intimate moment with Ker. This made him feel extremely displeased. "Sister, it's good that you're out of closed-door cultivation. When Si Ling wakes up, we'll be able to follow Brother Tian to the Wandering Saint Palace." Ker could see the conflict between her man and her sister, so she tried to change the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Wandering Saint Palace? As expected, Gan Ruyen's attention was diverted when she heard Ker's words. "Yes, I plan to go to the Wandering Saint Palace and become a Vice Palace Master. If there's a chance in the future, I plan to replace the current Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace and become the new Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke of his lofty ambition. Gan Ruyen did not doubt Duanling Tian's strength at all. After all, when they were still in the upper province, Duanling Tian had defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With his strength, it would not be difficult for him to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. You plan to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace? When the devil clans invade the upper province in the future, you'll bring the Wandering Saint Palace with you to deal a heavy blow to the devil clans? Gan Ruyen could vaguely guess Duanling Tian's intention when she heard he planned to take over the Wandering Saint Palace. She could not help but gasp inwardly. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan. If Duanling Tian could take control of the Wandering Saint Palace, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the devil clans. Although it might affect the devil clans, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to the Human Devil clan. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. However, I heard that the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Gan Ruyen finished speaking, she added, I suggest you improve your innate spiritual root to its limit before you go to the Wandering Saint Palace. In other words, your innate spiritual root should be black. That way, even in the lower province, your cultivation base will improve tremendously. You'll be able to defeat or even kill the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and take over his position as the Palace Master. Gan Ruyen suggested. My innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. What? Gan Ruyen was shocked when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Ke, on the other hand, was not surprised. She knew the purpose of her man's trip. Since he had returned, he must have achieved his goal. Why your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen looked at Duanling Tian with a shocked expression on her face. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. I was just one step away from the black innate spiritual root. My trip this time allowed it to take the last step and help it complete its final upgrade and transform into a black innate spiritual root. After receiving Duanling Tian's confirmation, Gan Ruyen was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Ke, at this moment, Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something. He immediately looked at Ke and said, There's something I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you transform your innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root in such a short time. Ke nodded when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She did not question his words at all. In her opinion, Duanling Tian was not worried at all. Everything that her man did to her must have been for her own good. She trusted everything that her man did unconditionally. Why? Although Ke trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally, it did not mean Gan Ruyen felt the same way. She could not help but frown when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian was delighted by Ke's trust. However, his mood was ruined when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. Nothing. Since his mood was ruined by Gan Ruyen, Duanling Tian, naturally, could not be bothered with her. You. What kind of attitude is that? Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duanling Tian deliberately ignoring her. She immediately looked at Ke and said, Ke, take a good look at your man. What kind of attitude is that? Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. You don't have to ask anymore. Ke smiled faintly as she looked at Gan Ruyen. You've really been poisoned by him. Although Gan Ruyen was angered by Ke, she felt helpless at the same time. Although this was her biological sister, and also her twin sister, she knew that as an elder sister, she was definitely far inferior to the man in front of her. Naturally, this did not mean Kerr did not care about her sister. The most important thing was comparison. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was any danger, one of them would have to bear the brunt of it. She believed that her younger sister would definitely shoulder the responsibility by herself and wouldn't let her elder sister be in danger. Her sister was too kind. She cared a lot about her sister. Naturally, her sister cared the most about the man in front of her. "Father, you're back." Duan Si-ling opened the door and walked out of the room. She was so excited that she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she rushed toward Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms. When Duan Lingtian carried her, she looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, "Aunt, you're out of closed-door cultivation as well?" Gan Ruyen could not help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw her niece seem to care more about the man in front of her. Chapter 2268. Although Gan Ruyen was born in a clan, she did not have much contact with her clan. Ever since she was born, she had followed her younger sister into Zoroastrianism. At that time, her younger sister had become the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for her, she was taken in by her master as well. For so many years, apart from her master, her world was filled with cultivation. She did not interact with the other disciples of Zoroastrianism at all. It was only when she found her younger sister in the Debussy subterranean that she felt that blood was thicker than water. Eventually, her younger sister's child was born. As for this child, she loved the house and its crow. She completely treated this child as her own daughter and invested her feelings without reservation. Si-ling, although Gan Ruyen knew that blood was thicker than water between Duan Lingtian and Duan Si-ling, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. This feeling was as if someone who needed her very much suddenly didn't need her anymore. "Si-ling, play with your aunt first. I have something to discuss with your father." At this moment, Kerr said as she looked at Duan Si-ling. Duan Si-ling reluctantly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Her big, watery eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched her mother bring her father back to their room. And, however, a child's world was simple. When Duan Si-ling saw her parents had left her sight, she shifted her attention to Gan Ruyen. "Kerr, what's the matter?" Duan Lingtian asked Kerr curiously after they entered the room. "Brother Tian, I'm fine." Kerr shook her head. Then, she smiled bitterly and sighed. "I saw that my sister was a little disappointed, so I wanted Si-ling to accompany her alone. Ever since Si-ling was born, she has been very good to Si-ling. She treats Si-ling like her own daughter. I can tell. She cares about Si-ling more than she cares about herself. Just now, when Si-ling came out, she threw herself into your arms. I could tell that she was very disappointed." As a woman, Kerr was very meticulous in certain aspects. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not compare to. "I see." Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, he said remorsefully, "I didn't know she was so nice to Si-ling. If I had known, I wouldn't have bullied her." Because Gan Ruyen had taken Kerr away from him, he had always been prejudiced against Gan Ruyen. Now that he knew that Gan Ruyen treated his daughter so well, the prejudice he had against Gan Ruyen disappeared and was replaced by self-reproach. As a man, he felt that it was ungentlemanly of him to treat a weak woman in such a manner. "Brother Tian, my sister is really nice. Back then, she brought me away because she was worried that I would be found by other people from Zoroastrianism. She didn't have any ill intentions. If she had any ill intentions, she would have sent me to the enforcement hall after bringing me back to Zoroastrianism." Kerr said. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Don't worry. I won't be prejudiced against her in the future." "Okay." Kerr nodded with a smile. It was obvious she was in a good mood. After all, they were the family she cared about the most. She did not wish for there to be a rift between them. Duan Lingtian and Kerr stayed in the room for a while before they left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about Duan Lingtian's existence. She was playing with Gan Ruyen. Her delicate face was beaming with joy. A child's world was so simple. After Duan Lingtian came out of the room, he walked toward Gan Ruyen. When he saw Gan Ruyen looking at him with disdain, he could not help but feel awkward. Although he felt awkward, he still explained to Gan Ruyen, "Earlier, I said I won't help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root for the time being because it's dangerous to improve her innate spiritual root without careful consideration. Previously, after my innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root." Duan Lingtian told Gan Ruyen about the heavenly tribulation he had encountered earlier. His expression was solemn as he explained how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In order to pass the heavenly tribulation, one must possess strength at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Needless to say, Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Gan Ruyen did not even think about why Duan Lingtian's temperament had changed so drastically. Currently, her attention was completely focused on the heavenly tribulation that came after her innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root. Only those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage can pass the heavenly tribulation. Gan Ruyen could not calm down for a long time. After she had calmed down, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in confusion, "Why, you're already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? My current strength is only comparable to those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, Gan Ruyen was still shocked. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the Debussy subterranean, Duan Lingtian was as weak as an ant in her eyes. But now, he had already left her far behind. "Let's go to the Wandering Saint Palace." Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the three women before he led them away from the inn and made his way to the Wandering Saint Palace. As one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the Wandering Saint Palace had a huge estate in the Human Devil Saint City. From a bird's eye view, it resembled the Imperial Palace on the mortal continent. However, the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was much bigger than the Imperial Palaces on the mortal continent. Even the Darkhan dynasty's Imperial Palace that Duan Lingtian had visited was not as big as the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located northeast of the Human Devil Saint City. It was a secluded area, so not many human devils would come here. They could only see a few disciples patrolling around the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This is the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Trespassers are prohibited. When Duan Lingtian and the others approached the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a stern voice rang from afar. A few moments later, three figures flew over from afar and blocked Duan Lingtian and the others' path. The person who spoke was the leader of the three. He was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, as if he had facial paralysis. He did not even bat an eyelid when he saw the beautiful twins in Duan Lingtian's group. On the other hand, the two young men behind him were completely captivated by Kerr and Gan Ruyen's beauty. After staring at the twins for a while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. "I'm here to join the Wandering Saint Palace," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked mechanically, "You need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Do you have a referral?" "A referral?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Did he need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Didn't they say that those with pure human bloodline can join the Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Lingtian asked. Humph. One of the young men behind the middle-aged man scoffed. Perhaps he was displeased that Duan Ling Tian had two beautiful women by his side. The Wandering Saint Palace is open to the public once a year to accept those with pure human bloodline. The last time it was open was 3 months ago. If you want to join the Wandering Saint Palace now, you'll have to wait another 9 months or get a referral from someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man said. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. If you're willing to let the two beauties by your side accompany me for a night, I'll consider recommending you to join the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man's voice was filled with frivolity when he spoke through voice transmission. In his eyes, there was an undisguised fire of lust and lust. You're seeking death? Duan Ling Tian said coldly. His eyes narrowed as soon as the young man's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura stretched out from Duan Ling Tian's body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his sun saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins at lightning speed toward the young man at an exaggerated speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead was no longer expressionless, and his expression changed greatly. Stop! As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, Duan Lingtian's energy seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as it annihilated the young man. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Apart from a spatial ring hovering in the air that proved the young man's existence, there was no trace of him at all. The young man, who was also a patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, not only the middle-aged man, but the other young man's expression changed drastically as well. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. Those who profane my, Duan Ling Tian's, women shall die. After killing the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian's cold voice caused the remaining 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace to tremble. At this moment, Ke and Gan Ru Yen finally understood why Duan Ling Tian had killed them. Why you? How dare you kill a Wandering Saint Palace's disciple in our territory? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.